just do it with Miami Dolphins. The pressure, he's in trouble. Loses the football. Touchdown! Got it! You have got to be kidding me. Jalen Waddle. It's a Dolphin touchdown. Going deep upfield on the near side. Man open. Touchdown! He's got a man. Touchdown! The run from Tua Tagovailoa. Touchdown! He's going deep. He's got it for the touchdown again. Touchdown! Tagovailoa trying to make up for it. Fires to the end zone. Touchdown! Beautiful day to be a Dolphin fan. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go!
What is good, Fin Nation? What's good? It's your boy Reason. We are back here for another one. It is draft night, night one. And tonight it is yours truly. Tomorrow night it will be me, Richmond Webb. Martin will be there. Neil will be dropping in. He'll be part of the show, but he'll be dropping in periodically as the show goes on. Kevin Dern will be here, so we got a lot going on tomorrow night. Man, listen. Over here, it ain't about quantity. It's about quality, baby. We ain't one of these people that just go live on draft night for the clicks without any knowledge base of the prospects in the draft. I do my best to keep all of y'all informed, to keep myself informed. So when we get to draft night, man, if you're a Patreon, if you're a channel member, you got 3 extra big boards. You got my quarterback big board, you got my edge big board, and you got my wide receiver big board. So in total, you know, everyone's gotten 5 big boards with visuals, but if you're a Patreon and channel member, you've gotten a total of 8 big boards. So, you know, we do it over here on Phinside the NFL. So, man, excited to get into this with all of y'all tonight, man. It's always a good time when we do the draft. Already over 200 of you in the chat. Please smash that like button. Subscribe if you are new. Man, yeah, it's and even the people that I bring on tomorrow. Listen, the only one who couldn't come on was Dante Collinelli, and that's because he's got that new gig with the 33rd team. But him and Ryan Roberts will be coming on after. And Ryan Roberts, I've had him on previous years, just like I've had Dante Collinelli, but he's got things going on too. Listen, you got to understand, if you're going to come up here on draft night, you got to have a certain level of understanding. I just don't bring, Joe Schmoes up here for all of y'all and say, oh, have at it. No, man. My job is to keep all of y'all the best informed and the best updated as possible when it comes to this draft class. So I want people who are going to do the same up here for all of y'all. There are no jabronis on this side of the pond, especially when it comes to the draft. So, man, tomorrow night, especially when we make the picks, it's going to be a very, very informative. Now, I haven't decided on day 3. I've not decided yet what I'm going to be doing on day 3. Sunday is my daughter's party. She'll be turning 5. Your boy got her a Nintendo Switch. So that's going to be, 5 years old. I get her a Nintendo Switch, and my mom's getting her a brand new iPad. Unbelievable what these kids are getting at 5 years old compared to what I got. I used to get G.I. Joes, and if you guys remember the show Cops, I used to get Cops figures, which were like the size of, they were big back then. Call that a day. These kids are out here getting iPads and Nintendo Switch, and now I feel old even talking about it, saying these kids. Daniel Jeremy. Listen, I want to know in the chat, who do you think's dropping tonight? I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think the player that's going to drop, that's got everyone hyped up, I think it's going to be Anthony Richardson. I think Anthony Richardson's going to drop farther than people expect. The other one is Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith has a better chance to drop because, he's not a quarterback. But I do think Anthony Richardson is going to drop. I do think. We'll see how it all goes. We'll see how it all goes. You know what I mean? I don't think we're going to trade up into the first round. But, man, listen, it's still exciting to see how players drop, especially I'm watching from a standpoint of I want I want teams to miss. I want teams to miss here. So that's what I'm hoping for. Now, Vegas odds have shifted a little bit. CJ Stroud is all of a sudden the favorite to go number 2 overall. Schemo thinks that Stroud's going to be the one who falls. Headed in 3rd QB off the board from Xavier. Rome Gray, I was actually going to consider Joey Porter. It was going to be Joey Porter or Nolan Smith for me. That's who it was. And I went with Anthony Richardson and Nolan Smith. You got to go. I got to have a backup plan to a quarterback because there's a chance a quarterback don't drop. If Kenny Pickett went 20, Anthony Richardson shouldn't fall farther than that. Let's be honest with ourselves. Miami says Darnell Washington. Stroud, a lot of people saying Stroud. Let's shout out all of y'all in the comments right now. Please do me the favor. Already 250 of you. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you are new. We're going to get into it here, baby. We're going to get into it here. All right. Shout out. Brian Gonzalez, Hammer, David Figley, Ben Glassford, Philip Morrow, Trapstar 187, Denisha, Dubs MCZ, Joey LaSalle, Homie Rome, Kevin, Michael Pulisic, Miami RW, Albert M1980, Troy Hicks, Duke Tomlinson, what's going on? Robert Thomason, hope you're doing well, my friend. Choo Choo, El Rizzi 9401, what's good, homie? Andy Jackson says tight end and right tackle. You ain't wrong, Andy Jackson. Jermel Oakley, Josh Hart, JC Kang, appreciate you too, homie. Thank you very much. Xavier McCutcheon, Michael Pulisic, Cheesy 16, Topher, Hank, Richmond Webb, coming out of here, my guy, my brother. Where are you, sir? Let me find your. There it is. He says, "Happy early birthday to your little princess." Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, sir. Scotty Joe, what's going on, homie? How you doing? Duke Tomlinson, Jeff Sweet, how are you doing, sir? Schemo Fins, David Figley, I think I already shouted you up, but you get it. What up, Ricketic? Salut, my friend. Knight, how you doing, good sir? Robert Carrillo, how you doing, homie? K-Jax, James Steele, what's going on? South Florida Don, the Don of South Florida, how you doing, my friend? Matthew Gallagher, how are you? Archie, how are you doing, Archie? Randy, Constance, Regil, what's up, buddy? Pyro, it's good, homie, man. I was thinking about you a couple nights ago, Pyro, because I don't do the panels as much in the off season. I miss you, homie. Tony T, Jethro, AJ, 300, Roslyn, Scotty, MG Text. It's my bad too, because I could really just call Pyro, but I got rid of WhatsApp on my phone. Now I got a new phone. I don't know if it re-downloaded WhatsApp. I gotta check, but shout out to you. PL, what's good, homie? How you doing, fam? Dennis, don't let those other people get you worked up tonight, PL. Love you, homie. Dennis, Chris, Paulie King, Brian, how you doing? Brian Fawcett. Did I shout out Chris Gifford? Shout out to Chris Gifford. Franklin V, thank you, sir. And you're the reason I'm here, brother. All of you are. Fox and Austin, my guy. Jeff, Chris Solo, Choo Choo. A man named Briggs. Lance Briggs, by chance? Swamp Donkey Crypto. The good crypto we like around here. K-Jax, Marino's Goat, Vaughn95, Kevin Santos, the real deal. What up, Q? How you doing, homie? Shaggy86D, Tony Marine, Truth Seeker Chris, Timothy Sapinenza, The King Truth Show, how are you? CGD, Sean Davis, and are we getting to the bottom here? Oh, we got to the bottom. Boom. We're there. We got there. All right. 292 of you in the room. Smash that like button. Okay, let's talk before we get into this. I want to know. I want to know what the deal is. We're all these Lamar Jackson fans that wanted him in Miami right now. Are you crazy? After the money this man just got? Are you crazy? $185 million? guaranteed, and this guy's missed more games than Tua Tagovailoa. Are you guys nuts right now? But what's your reasoning for Lamar? Are you still gonna hang on to that MVP 4 years ago? That's why they gave him all that money? Because he ain't done nothing in the playoffs. And I'm not even sitting here saying Tua's done anything in the playoffs. That man ain't done anything in the playoffs. Let's be real here. Are you crazy with me right now with the money this guy just got? And y'all, this guy has missed more games than Tua Tagovailoa, and Tua Tagovailoa was the better quarterback last year. He was in the MVP conversation. Lamar Jackson was not. Just stack him up as passers. It wasn't even close. Lamar got blown out of the water by Tua. And y'all would be okay with a $250 million contract, $185 million of that guaranteed. Sorry, I apologize. $260 million contract. $185 million of that guaranteed. Brother, do you guys realize the Brinks truck that's backing up if Tua plays well this year, and y'all wanted to crap on our team for giving him the 5th-year option? Chris Greer and Brandon Shore are geniuses for saying, activate it. Are you crazy? Are you crazy right now? If Lamar just got that money and Tua has another season like he did last year but stays healthy, and then we win some playoff games on top of that? Are you crazy, bro? Do you know how much money this guy's going to make? Come on. Let's be honest here. He's going to make Jalen Hurts type money. He's going to be in this range. Shout out to 300 Egos. Call him out, Reason. Don't let him breathe. Brother, never. Get off me. You can't hold me. If you remember that LL Cool J song. No breathing over here, bro. This ain't a Fabulous song. Ain't nothing but breathe. 1 into the 2. 2 into the 3. Ain't no Fab song over here. It's a real life. I can call all these frauds out, especially in draft season. Because I know they don't have access to the All-22. I know they don't. So I know these people are just straight ripping from draft sites. I know it for a fact. Because I've had a lot of these people beg me privately for All-22. So, no. This is the easiest time to call out frauds, for me at least. Any chance Miami trades in the first D-Hugga on his member for 25 months? Shout out. Do the dance, Jalen. Not a boy. Do the waddle. Brother, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't think so. I think that Jahmyr Gibbs, unless someone is like, unless Darnell Wright is like seriously sliding to 31, all right, then okay, I would think they might pick up the phone a little bit here. I don't know. Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't see them trading up, for a running back. Let's put it that thing. Randy says, $10 donation. What's up, Ronald? How you doing, homie? Big draft things pot. Hold on. Let me I did you dirty. Big draft tings popping. How you doing, homie? I appreciate you. We got to call out the Bomba Club Bati boys out here who be talking that nonsense draft. Reason you think Miami moves up? Maybe tomorrow? Like I said, unless someone crazy is dropping there down to 31, sorry, should be 32. Thank you, Stephen Roth. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I sit here and I watch Darnell Wright go into the mid-20s, you might see me lose my mind on stream. I'm just saying. Yeah, you damn right, Q. Bunch of Bati boys. That's what they are. Bro, people don't know about me. Listen, my friends. All right, I might be up in here in Canada, but all right, 2 of my best boys growing up. One from Kingston, one from Montego Bay. All right? So, yeah. Bro, I remember walking into the houses, bro. I know what backhands are like, just for the wrong look, bro. I used to my mom would do it, let alone you walk into one of their houses. My God. The bomba clot. It is. Yeah, Rome. We got hella Jamaicans up here, man. Hella Jamaicans. And, I fit right in with them, so it is what it is. You know, that's actually one of the places I'm looking at. Me and my wife are looking at going next. I know what it all means, Bijan Sango. I grew up around all of them, okay? I know exactly what I'm calling these fools. They're the ones looking up what I'm calling them. Especially the Bati boys. They're like, what is a Bati boy? Then they're looking up, oh, damn. So, yeah, man. Always appreciate some good patois. Let me tell you, I got a great story, man. I'd never forget this. I joke around with my patois. You don't hear me sit like I'm not walking into like you ain't gonna see me walking to like Jamaica and like start speaking patois like fluently. I joked around with my boys, right? Just because I heard it from their parents, their family members, and them all growing up, right? And so and it took me till I was maybe like 25 until I finally came across one of these women who does this. Listen. I'm not sitting here saying, I'm God's gift to creation. But let me start off by saying this chick was at best like a 4. Okay? Like at best a 4. And we're sitting there and listen, she came around. I'd met her. She'd come around before. Like she drove a caddy and everything like that. Like this chick was crazy. So anyways, white chick too, right? And so anyways, so I'm sitting, I'll never forget this. And if people remember my stories, I was in the music business or whatever. So we're sitting in a home studio, all right? And I'm sitting on a futon, and I'm just listening to a reference track, and I'll never forget this. And I got a couple boys there with me. And, one of those boys brought his girl, and his girl brought some friends, and she was one of the friends or whatever, right? And I'll never forget this, right? Track ends, we're just talking about it, like going over things and stuff. And never forget this as long as I live, because she was like sitting on the ground. Her phone rings and she picks it up. Bro, this woman went full-blown, fluent patois. Like, my God, I'm sitting here listening to this girl. I'm like, what the? If y'all ever seen those YouTube videos of that dude, there's a dude who walks around. He can speak like Korean, Chinese, he can speak all these different, and he can speak different dialects in each language too. It's crazy. And he's a white dude and he doesn't like New York. He'll go to like these like mom and pop shops that are really from these cultures that they speak those languages, and he'll start speaking fluently to them. Well, I'm sitting there watching this girl speaking fluent patois, like, and I looked at my boy, I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, man. And anyways, they had been dating a Jamaican guy for like 10 years at the time, and I guess just like really took on the culture. And I was sitting there, I was like, my God, damn, I don't know whether to be like, impressed or, offended that I'm sitting here watching this Caucasian girl from Canada speak full-blown patois. I didn't know which one to be. I decided to side with impressed, but yeah. All right, 382 of you in the room. Carolina, yeah, they're on the Canadian bobsled team. Listen, I love Cool Runnings. That movie is amazing. Don't sleep. All right, here's the word. The word is that Carolina is obviously taking Bryce Young. And on top of that, they're looking to potentially trade back up into round 1. That's what the current word is right now. If they like an edge rusher at the back half of round 1, they potentially could try and trade back up Carolina. So we're expecting Bryce Young here. I'm watching the NFL Network, if anyone's wondering. There is, well, I guess I should, my job is to bring you guys information. For all of you guys, we will monitor this as we continue on here. But for all of you guys, here, I got some potential breaking Dolphins news to keep an eye on. We will monitor this to see how legit this individual is, but an individual by the name of Beaten the Bookie with over 33,000 followers. I mean, he's making claims. So here's drafts rumors, draft smoke, whatever the case may be. The claim he's making is he's hearing Dalvin Cook is a Miami Dolphin, and this was at about a half hour ago. Nothing has been announced. I just saw this, so I will begin to start tracking this and see what I can find out and do my job on the phones with some text messages, and I will keep my eyes to the Twitter streets, obviously, okay? But, hey, I don't know what the deal is on that. You know, I'm looking into this individual, right now as well, seeing how legit he is. So, this guy's all about Vegas props. All about Vegas props. So, usually Vegas knows something. And I agree with Michael Pulisic. Why now? That's kind of weird. So let me look into this. See if I can find a singular thing. By the way, the Eagles and the Cardinals, they settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of Jonathan Gannon as the new head coach. Eagles traded number 94 in the draft and a 2024 fifth-round pick to the Cardinals for number 66. All right, I'm not seeing anything in terms of backing that up. All right, the Panthers are on the clock, and it will be Bryce Young, FYI. Just so you know. There will be no surprise here. It will be Bryce Young. This has been known for quite some time. So, Bryce Young will go number 1 overall. Right now, the teams that have explored here moving up in the draft. Here, I got a report for you guys. Let's bring this up for you. Live report. According to Dov Kleiman, among teams that have explored trading up ahead of the draft, the Patriots, the Packers, the Steelers, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Titans, and the Eagles have all explored trading up. The Eagles have had detailed discussions on deals with the Seahawks and the Falcons. Also talked to the Lions, Texans, and Raiders per Albert Breer. Very interesting. That does not scream Bijan. That screams they're doing their due diligence if Jalen Carter drops. That smells to me like the Eagles, they are targeting Jalen Carter right now. And they're seeing what the cost is. That's what that tells me. We'll see if they make the move and trade up and get Jalen Carter, then I was right. But that's what that tells me, is that they are eyeing Jalen Carter right now. So, we'll see. And it makes sense, right, after what they lost in the middle there. And how much does Fletcher Cox really have left on his body, right? So, we'll see. We will see how that works out. But I will keep you updated, anything that comes here for all of y'all. Don't worry. I got you guys here. I got you. Man, I can't believe that, we get caught tampering and we lose a first-round pick this year and a second-round pick next year. Third-round pick next year. Look at this. The full details. the Cardinals get caught tampering, and they just make a trade with the Eagles. They make a draft trade with the Eagles. What kind of bull is this? Someone explain to me how they go off and make a trade, and we get nailed for, like, this is unbelievable. This is unreal. Like, that's bull. I'm sorry. Like, what a joke. Like, come on. Dolphins get caught tampering. And, and the NFL takes, a first and a third away. And give me a break. What is this? Cardinals get caught and they lose what? They're able to make a trade. Unbelievable. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is absolutely ridiculous. Give me a break. This is, I don't know, like, give me a break on that, man. That is unreal. I'm sorry. You know what, George? Did I not say that? Did I not say that they had to know that it was coming and they should have pulled the trigger when the investigation started? I said, trade the goddamn picks. Move them. I said that. I literally said, move the picks. Don't let them get a hold of it. I literally said that, George. You remember that? I know you remember because George is a day one. George's been supporting and holding me down. Listen, when this channel had 10 subs, George was here. All right? Telling me, yo, you're going to be great. This channel is going to be great. Keep going on. George is one of the true people that's not only a day one, but truly believed in me. So I'll always have love for George no matter what. And so far, yes, you did. Man, I said trade the picks. Man. Ugh. Even if you lose out a little bit, move them. Get rid of them. Or acquire other teams' picks, and then they can't take that. They can only take your picks. Push it back to 2025. Unbelievable. 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 So, I don't know why they're even taking the full time here. I mean, what are we saying here with our life? I mean, we've known this. Bryce Young turned down every single... Like, come on, man. Sometimes this is way too much for the show. Let's be honest here, huh? Let's go. Come on. Yeah, TV drama, Robert. How many over-under, how many prospects are we going to have heart-wrenching stories about tonight? I'm taking the over on 3. We'll go 3.5. I'll take the over on 3.5. Over-under. 3.5 players. We got to listen to these heart-wrenching stories about their come-up and where they came from and all this stuff. I'm taking the over-under 3.5. I'm taking over. Z-Man says easy over. Okay, everyone's over. All right. So the odds have now, but like Vegas standards. Okay, everyone after J-Rod, you have moved. It's moved to 4.5. After Swamp Donkey. There you go. Right, so we're at 4.5 now. It's moved up. Over 5. There you go. 5. Even people are still taking the over on 4.5. Where do I think Voorhees goes? Not till like day 3, brother. And I would be all over it. Stash him. That guy is stud. Sure, he tore his ACL. Stash him. Stash him. 6th, 7th round picks or whatever. They're glorified UDFAs anyways. Stash him. Stash him. Please. Appreciate you, Joshua. Thank you very much. Doug's the homie, man. Doug's the only one out here you'll ever hear me, consistently plug and support. Because especially when it comes to this YouTube, Doug's one of the only ones that's been, you know, a buck with me from day one. So I'll always listen. If ever you hear me make a blanket statement about content creators, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Doug is not included in that. He's the only, you know what I mean? That's my guy right there. Yeah, Chef Jew been here since day one too. He's been following me and EM Dolphin fan since, TD Finstock. And what I'll always respect about Chef Jew is, man, he never picks, and I've said this before, he always, he sees the best in everyone, man. Chef Jew, we can all have our own little quabbles and quibs and some of us don't get along, but Chef Jew always keeps it real with everyone, and he's like the ultimate Switzerland. Bryce Young, it's official. There you go. Now we can move on with our life. Number 2, let's get interesting here. Let's get interesting. Shout out to Shannon. We were punished for tanking, but Goodell disguised it as a tampering. Ooh. Shannon. Ooh, I like that theory. Oh, there's a ton, bro. See, when I blanket statement, I'm not even just talking about YouTube. People automatically assume I'm just talking about YouTube. Man, you see them on Twitter. You see them on Facebook. Facebook is a freaking cesspool. So is Twitter now. But, Oh, yeah, Samuel, you've been here since day one, too, man. Big time supporter, too, man. I love you, man. Bro, that's it, eh? I don't get it. Some people let their hate... Listen, people know I never liked Rosen. People know I don't like Jerome Baker. Did I root against them? I would say, listen, I hope I'm wrong about Josh Rosen. My quote would literally be, I don't care if the quarterback's black, white, purple, yellow, orange. Don't care. I just want a winner back there. And I knew Josh Rosen wasn't that dude. And I would always say, listen, I hope he proves me wrong. I would literally always say that. But I knew he wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? So, and Jerome Baker, I've given him his flowers all the time. I say he's gotten better every year in this system. I'm still not an overly big fan of the guy. I like the person. I'm talking about the player. You know what I mean? So I never make it personal like that. But why would I root against them? Rooting against them, my team will lose. Especially, that's it. Listen, you can not like Tua. You can think Tua doesn't have it, but there are people who actively root against him, yet they're the same ones who say, oh, you Tua lovers put Tua over the logo. Well, y'all put your hate for Tua over the logo. Who are y'all lying to? Bryce is, listen, best passer in this class. If this man was 6'1", it wouldn't even be close. Bryce Young is a special pocket passer, special feel for the pocket. His athleticism reminds me of, it was on the level before. He's a little bit more athletic than Tua was before the hip injury. Now, I'm not going to sit here. He's not he's going to still have to beat you from the pocket at the next level. People are worried about his size because of his, you don't see him overly extending plays at the next level. He's not an elite athlete. I wouldn't even call him a really good athlete. I'd call him a good athlete at the next level, because I have a belief, if you're a really good athlete at college, usually you become a good athlete at the next level. Usually it takes elite generational athletes, who stay elite in generation when they go to the next level. Big fan of him, though. Number 2 on my big board. And the only reason he's number 2 on my big board is his size. Not a fan of 5'10" and 1/8, and I don't believe 204 pounds. You couldn't sell me that, all right? Listen. You might be able to sell water to a well to other people, not to this kid, all right? Sorry, not buying a beachfront property, in Oklahoma. Not happening. So, Bryce Young, if he was 6'1", he would be my QB1. He would be. But the size does worry me. He's smaller than Tua. Listen, my issue with him is because I think he's a great pocket passer, but at that size, you're either going to have to structure your pockets to make lanes for him, throwing lanes for him, by either moving the pocket, whatever you got to do. You're going to have to structure throwing lanes for him, number 1. Number 2, I think at that size, you need Kyler Murray athleticism. I'm not a huge proponent of you need to be an uber athlete at quarterback, not by any stretch of the imagination. But At that size, athleticism is a little bit more important. Remember, Tua's the size of Russell Wilson and Drew Brees. This guy's smaller. And like I said, I do not believe 204 pounds for the life of me. I think he's somewhere in the range of 190, 195 pounds. Pause. Tua was thicker than a tree trunk. This guy's not. So we'll see what happens. I'm a fan of him though. If you protect him, if you keep him clean, Bryce Young, he's a great pocket passer. Fantastic ability from the pocket. Fantastic ability from the pocket. Pick is in for the Houston Texans. Tua, well, if you look at Andy Jackson, if you put Tua, you can find pictures of him literally standing next to Russell Wilson. He's taller than Russell Wilson. Tua's about just over 6 foot even. He's like 6.5, something like that. So, listen, Bryce Young, if that guy stays healthy, what I like about him is just like Tua, he's bringing back that pocket passer vibe. Love it. He's got great ability in the pocket, man. Good feel for it, too. It's very similar to Tua in those senses. He has a stronger arm than Tua, though. Yes, we are on the second pick. The pick is in. So, I think it's going to be Will Anderson Jr. here. Now, there's been rumors of Tyree Wilson out of Texas Tech. But I do think, I think we're talking. And the Cardinals are up next, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. Very, very interesting. All right, here we go. Who are the Texans taking at 2? CJ Stroud, number 2 overall. There he goes. No drops. No drop for CJ Stroud. He is the second quarterback off the board. He is a Houston Texan. Listen, I had them going Will Anderson, and then, he was the second quarterback off the board in my mock. I didn't have him dropping past 3. Josh McDaniels made too much sense. Now, this guy's not going to create a lot for you out of structure by any stretch of the imagination, but CJ Stroud is a good player. People want to sleep on CJ Stroud, and they want to overanalyze CJ Stroud. Listen, he's a good player. He's my QB3, I believe, on my board. Listen, I'm a fan of the kid. I think you see lapses in processing with him. But again, that can be cleaned up. But you look at a lot of the stuff he does, really good mechanically, clean feet. You know what I mean? Good velocity on his football. Places the football well, really highly accurate at times. You look at, he had an 85-12 touchdown to interception ratio, over the last few seasons. So listen, he's a pretty good decision maker too. Listen, he's good. Is he Caleb Williams, Drake May good? No, but he's good. So, listen, again, he's not going to offer you a lot outside of the pocket. He likes to stay in structure, which again is why I didn't have him dropping past 3, because I thought Josh McDaniels would make a move up for this guy. But listen, a couple of the things is his arm. Listen, he can put velocity on it, but he's not going to blow you away with it. Another thing too is tendency to lock in on that first read. It's there. So listen, I'm a fan. But hey, we'll see what happens. Shocking selection. Everyone's mock has officially gone to crap. And there you go. So, listen, I'm not going to hate. And look at CJ. Man, the kid wants it. The kid deserves it. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Love it. Love it. All right, Arizona on the board. Are they trading? What is the word on the street? It's funny, I saw someone plugged in tweet out like a couple hours ago, all of our mocks are gone to crap. Do the Texans stay at 12 or try to move up and add the number one receiver in this board on my board, and I think in this draft, and CJ Stroud's favorite target, JSN? You got to ask yourself that. Very, very interesting. What are they going to do? Are they going to move up? Are they going to move up? Let's see what happens. Arizona, it's they're not even saying they're on the board right now. They're just continuing the Texans. They're just milking this right now. Now the draft begins. Most people's mocks. Now the real fun begins. Now the real fun begins. All right, Arizona is on the clock. I mean, they're probably taking Will Anderson here. All right, here we go. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. The Houston Texans are trading to number 3. The Houston Texans have traded to number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Are you kidding me? Here we go. At number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Houston Texans. Are they going to double up and get Will Anderson? Are they going to get Will Anderson? What? Wow. Oh my God. Wow. They're going to walk away with CJ Stroud and freaking Will Anderson Jr. What the? That is ridiculous. My Lord. That's what it's got to be. They ain't making that for Tyree Wilson. Oh my Lord. I'm waiting to find the compensation. Are you serious? Wow. Wow. Wow, this is craziness. Wow. 565 of you in the room. This is crazy. All right. I'm just trying to find the compensation right now that I'm seeing. Here we go. This is crazy. It looks like it's going to be Will Anderson is the pick. That would be my guess. It makes the most sense. Wow. Will Anderson Jr. is the selection. Wow. 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 Unbelievable stuff. And here is the draft compensation. Cardinals are getting pick 12, pick 33, a first next year, and a third next year. And the Texans get number 3 and 105. Wow. Everyone's mock drafts are officially shot. Wow. That is the draft conversation. Holy. The Texans grabbing the draft by the shorts and curls. You got to think Will Levis is next up. Let's go. You got to think Will Levis is going here. You got to think Will Levis. All right, let's see what the Colts are going to do here. Let's go. Big trade, big load for. I mean, they got all of that. Oh, again, Cardinals got the 12th pick this year, the 33rd pick this year, a first next year, and a third next year. And the Texans got pick 3 and pick 105. Wow. Texans had 12 picks heading into this draft. Listen, you're talking about a guy right here with arguably one of the most explosive first steps in all of this draft. Never mind what class. Will Anderson is a very, 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 very special player, man. Good bend off around that arc when he arcs the edge. I mean, he's a good player, man. Plays at good pad level, good contact balance, knows how to use that bend to keep that frame low to get by blocker. He can get under or by blockers. He's good. He can beat you from any angle on the field. Very, 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 very good. Very, very good player, man. And he's got a pretty good pass rush arsenal too. Good little move set. And he's got a good counter set too. So, man, he is just a next level guy with a next level motor. Will Anderson, my Edge 1 patrons and channel members saw that. He is my Edge 1. It's not even close. That Tyree Wilson stuff, man, I started to buy into it for a little bit there, but yeah, Will Anderson is just that dude, man. Just that dude. Remember, first player ever named SEC Defensive Player of the Year in back-to-back seasons. Absolute stud. D'Amico Ryans and what he's going to do with a guy like that. Whew. Whew. You shudder to think, man. You shudder to think. All right. Let's look at the chat right now. Bo says, I just got to say, wow. Bo G, who takes my business side of Christian Wilkins very personally. Very personally. All right. Levis has got to be the pick right here, I think. Josh Hart, nothing on our boy Cook from what we saw earlier, and nothing's been built up. That 590 of you in the room, smash the like button. All right, the pick is in. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? I won't spoil it if I do find out. Don't worry. Wow. Oh, my Lord. All I'm going to say is, geez, Louise. Wow. Prepare to be shocked, everyone. Holy. Wow. That's all I can say right now. Wow. All right, we'll see how this works out for the Colts. Here comes the announcement for all of y'all. And I'm a Gators fan, remember that. If I had to pick a team, just because I've been watching them. Anthony Richardson goes 4th overall ahead of Will Levis. They banked on the physical traits. Wow. Listen, had an amazing combine. Okay, let's start off there. Now, has a rocket for an arm. Okay? He displays processing and ball placement. He flashes it, but just doesn't have it consistently. Now, he's going to need to be coached and built up. I believe Gardner Minshew is there, and, he can be built up behind Gardner Minshew. But this is a guy who, take him the Jordan Love path. Do what the Green Bay Packers do. Let him polish him for a year or two and then send him out here. I would not start Anthony Richardson on day one. Don't do that. All right? But you're talking about a guy 6'4", 245 with a great athlete, incredible twitch to his body. This is a guy where, you clean him up, especially his feet mechanically, you got something here, man. Fan of this kid. Now, where was he on my list? I was a little lower on than him on people than people are. He's obviously the QB3 here. I had Levis ahead of him. I had, my sleeper that's in my top 5, Jake Haener. I do have Jake Haener ahead of him. I'm a fan of Jake Haener. And, the other one I had ahead of him was Hendon Hooker. So he is my QB6, but I will say QB6 based on right now tape I watched, but he's got the ceiling of easily QB1 in this class. So he's just got to get the proper. This is a player where we've learned it with Tua Dolphin fans, and Colts fans are going to see it here. They saw it with Andrew Luck. They saw environment and situation will matter immensely for the development of Anthony Richardson. So we'll see. That was just they rocked it there. And right now, because of the Will Levis drop, the word is the phone is blowing up in Seattle right now. So this is crazy. Listen, I know some people are getting it spoiled. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, even though I know because not everyone's on Twitter. Now, I will say this. In my mock, I did have Jalen Carter at 5 to the Seahawks. So we'll see what happens right here. Jalen Carter does feel like the natural fit here. Makes the most sense. Shout out to Vicken. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. 600 of you in the room. Smash the like button. What a crazy, crazy, crazy first round. Crazy first round. No tackle has been taken, Brian, let alone a right tackle. You can look at the bottom of the screen. All of the picks are at the bottom of your screen right now. Joel Klatt. Now you got them already pushing for Anthony Richardson. Please. Just develop him like the Packers did with Love. It's okay not to force these kids. It's okay not to force these kids into situations they're just sit them. It's okay not to force these kids into situations they're not fully ready to take on. Please. Just please develop him properly. I don't want to see this guy get ruined. I do not want to see this guy get ruined. And I got a feeling they're going to rush him. Just please, don't rush this kid. All right. Are we going to see, is Jalen Carter the next one? Is Jalen Carter the next one? Jalen Carter, it's got to be Jalen Carter here. No, that is in my mock. It just makes the most sense. Now I can see teams trying to trade up right now. Trying to get up and get Levis. Because remember, just because the Colts took him there doesn't mean everyone else, you know what I mean, had Richardson that high. So we'll see. It's got to be Jalen Carter here, though. Yeah, the Lions' phone is going to blow up here. For sure. The Seahawks look like they are making the pick at number 5. Let's see what the Seahawks do here at 5. The pick is in, everyone. It's got to be Jalen Carter here. That's what it's got to be. I had it in my mock and made too much. All right. Pick is in. All right, here's the selection. I actually haven't seen who it is yet. I actually haven't seen who it is yet. Wow, Devin Witherspoon. Wow. That is a great pick for them. Off the board, but that is a great pick. Wow, that is shocking. They passed on Jalen Carter, though. Listen, I like Witherspoon. He's actually my CB2 behind Christian Gonzalez. But Jalen Carter? Come on. The Lions have got to be... Lions are taking Carter. It's Christian Gonzalez or Jalen Carter right here, unless they trade. And Levis might be going to the Raiders. And if Jalen Carter's on the board for the Raiders, he's like the perfect Raider. Wow. Wow. Whew. If Carter slides, I would move. Oh my God. Wow. Let's see what we got. This is, wow. These first 5 picks have, these first five picks have been all over the place. Crazy. Crazy. So, Devin Witherspoon, the pick at number 6. Listen, I didn't do my corner, I didn't do a corner big board this year because, you know, it wasn't an overly big need. But I do have notes on some of the corners that I did watch in this class. You know, obviously I watched Keeley and we watched Christian Gonzalez. There were some guys I watched in this class. Now, with Devin Witherspoon, listen, really good tackler, very sure tackler. That's one thing that, you know, really pops off when you watch this kid. And, you know, this guy's, you know, you got to say, you know, when you're looking for a player with the dog in him, this guy plays with tenacity, plays physical. And, you know, a good strength for him is he's shown he can flourish and press man. And, you know, at the next level, that's very, very, very highly, you know, coveted. And, you know, I think, you know, good diagnosing and read and reacting ability to route trees. And, you know, I think he anticipates routes really well. So, listen, good guy, good, you know, 5'11" and a half, about 180, you know, 85 pounds-ish. Decent length to his frame, 31 and a quarter arms, 73 and 5'8" the wingspan. Nothing that's gonna like blow you away, right? I think he's gonna have to put on a little bit more frame weight on his frame. So, you know, and buddy, you know, he loves the physical side of the game. It's a great part of his game, but it can also, man, he's gotta. There's times where he's got to time his hits better. He will lay the lumber before the ball's even there, and he's got to be, you know, better at being, you know, timing his aggressiveness. But great pick there, great pick. Good player, very good player. So big fan of him. Devin Witherspoon, number 6 overall. Cardinals have traded up. They are now on the clock. This draft is freaking nuts, ladies and gentlemen. What the hell is going on right now? What is going on right now, ladies and gentlemen? Because the Arizona Cardinals are trading up. Wow. Wow. Right now, and that meme says it right there. This draft is something else. Arizona trading up to number 6. Jalen Carter. It's got to be. What are they? They got to be. It's. Bro, this draft is crazy. This draft is crazy. Man, this is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. I'm waiting for the trade details to come on through here. And remember, they did the same thing, right? The Dolphins in 2021, we went from 3 to 12 back up to 6. Crazy. They did exactly what we did, the Cardinals. All right, here we go. I have seen who the Cardinals are taking. It is not Jalen Carter. It is not Jalen Carter. The pick is in. I'm not going to spoil it for all y'all, but it is not Jalen Carter. Yeah, you're right, David. That's who it is. The Arizona Cardinals are taking Paris Johnson Jr. 6'6", 311, 36 and 1/8 inch arm length, 9.5 inch hands. Prototypical build, offensive tackle. My tackle 3. Mauler in the run game. Mauler in the run game. You know, I just think his issue is just lack of experience, right? That's his biggest downfall. You know, not the best at tasking ID. You know, he's not the best when he's tasked for IDing blitzes and stunts and loopers and all that kind of stuff. But he finishes every block until he hears the whistle. Good pick here, Paris Johnson. A little high for my taste, but good pick here. Arizona needs to protect Kyler. Very, very, very interesting. All right. Jalen Carter just screams Raider. So the Cardinals basically traded the 3rd pick and 104 for the 6th pick and 2024 first and second. So they traded number 12 and number 34 for number 6. They traded the 12th overall pick and the 34th pick to move up to 6. Jalen Carter just screams Raider here. Let's see what happens here. Anyone else watching the NFL Network feed and having issues with lagging? You can look at the bottom and see who went so far, Kieran. All the picks are at the bottom of the screen right now. All right, let's see. The pick is not even in yet, I don't think. And there's rumblings right now on Twitter that Matthew Bergeron might go in the first. Is anyone else having their NFL Network feed like lag out on them? All right, let's go. What are we doing here? Let me know in the comments if your NFL Network is just like lagging out on you. Keeps like chopping up and chopping out. Yeah, Canadian Wi-Fi. That's not Wi-Fi. Cable, baby. All right, you guys are all good. All right, I get it. Now I'm clear now. After I say something to all y'all, now it clears up. Robert Thompson says this draft is like a WWE McMahon rewrite. Total chaos. All right. The Raiders have not made their pick yet. The Raiders pick is in. The Raiders are not taking Will Levis or Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter going to end up in Atlanta, isn't he? Wow. Levis is dropping like a rock. Not a fan of the Raiders pick. So it looks like it's going to be Tyree Wilson's going to go 7 overall. Edge. Darth Vader says Levis to the Pats. I don't think he'll drop that far. I think some team will move up. I don't see him falling that far. I would kind of be shocked if he fell that far, to be honest with you. But, I mean, Tyree Wilson and Max Crosby, that's okay. Raider fans are not happy. I know that. I can literally see that right now. They are not happy. So here comes the pick. After they announce the pick, I'll tell you about a little bit about them. All right. This is a big boy right here. You know, you're talking about like 275. Crazy length to his arms, 35 and 5/8 inches to his arms, 84.5-inch wingspan. Nuts. Crazy. Obviously 3-year starter at Texas Tech. Listen, you know, he's got obviously good length. He's got good quickness to his frame. Decent pass rush moveset. Loves using rip moves. You know, violent hands that are usually placed well and are pretty quick on top of that. You know, he's decent in the backfield. You know, he's got the speed and athleticism to pursue runners, but he's also got the smarts to take good angles against those runners as well. Personally, for me, like if you're asking where I had him on my edge big board, I'm a little lower on him than other people. I actually had him. Actually, you know, I had him as my third. I actually have Lucas Van Ness is my second. I know a lot of people had, you know, Tyree Wilson as the number 2 guy far and away. For me, he was number 3. Lucas Van Ness from Iowa, I like a little bit better. But, you know, good player. Telling you, I'm looking. Raider fans are losing their minds on Twitter right now over this. They wanted Jalen Carter, man. I just think Tyree's a little bit raw. I think Van Ness and Will Anderson are a little bit more complete and ready. I mean, I'd be trying to trade up. If I'm a team right now, I'd be trying to trade up and get Jalen Carter right now at 8. But does Atlanta even want to move off that? Jalen Carter going to drop right to the Eagles' laps. This is a crazy draft. This is going definitely another way. Wow. Crazy. Atlanta's pick is in. Crazy. Wow. I just saw who the Falcons are taking. My Lord. Wow. Wow. Wow, Atlanta. Woo! Holy. Atlanta, you got to give it. Atlanta got the cojones for what they're just about to take. This is crazy. Crazy. Bijan Robinson is an Atlanta Falcon. Crazy. Wow. Wow. That is nuts. Bijan Robinson. Wow. Crazy. This is nuts. All right, here we go. Falcon selection. Here comes Goodell to announce Bijan Robinson. Unbelievable. And the Eagles have traded up to 9. I can't believe they took Bijan. I love it. The balls. Man, they got a stud in Bijan. Stud. After having Tyler Algier, though, Algier had a good year for them. I'm shocked. But Bijan's that big of a difference maker. Here you go. Here's an announcement, and then I'll get into Bijan. Stud. Top 5 player in this draft, talent-wise. 5'11", 215, coming off a 1,580-yard rushing campaign with 18 touchdowns. Put up 1,128 yards and 11 touchdowns a year before. Generational talent. Easily top 10 talent in this draft. Top 5, I think. Elite vision, anticipates holes, gets through them quickly, aggressively. In open space, his vision is just elite. Elite burst, top-tier acceleration. conveyed contact with his great lateral quickness, a juke, or straight up outrunning the defender. Also, a very strong back, can drive his leg through contact for extra yards or stiff arm a defender in the next week. Right there with Jahmyr Gibbs and Sean Tucker as the best catchers in his class, I think, displaying soft hands and the ability to run routes effectively. Also shows off a high football IQ. 4.46 combine 40. He's as a complete of a back as I've seen come out since Saquon Barkley. I told all of y'all before the season started, I've been saying it through the season, he was going to be a top 10 pick. The first top 10 pick that we had seen since, Saquon Barkley at that position. So, listen, we'll see how it goes on. Let me work this out here for y'all here. A sec. Bring this up for y'all. Good selection. All right, Bijan Robinson, pick 8. Let's see who goes next. At pick 9, Philadelphia is on the board. Philly and Chicago swap picks. If you look right next to the subscribe button, there is a join button, and you can go into the description of this, and there should be a direct link where you can join and become a member, or you can look at the top. There's also the patreon.com/Phinside the NFL. So there you can become a Patreon member or a channel member. If the channel member, just hit join, which is next to subscribe. Eagles have got to go Carter now. This is ridiculous. Jalen Carter just fell in the Eagles' lap. Unbelievable. Oh, and it is. The Eagles are taking Jalen Carter. Wow. Eagles traded pick number 10 and a 4th round pick next year to move up to number 9. Wow. So, yeah, Bijan special. Let's wait for this. I'll give you guys, when it's official, I'll give you guys my Jalen Carter breakdown, which some of y'all already heard because you probably would have watched my DT big board. Shout out to the homie Dip. He said, best Dolphin pod out there. Thanks for everything, Reason. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all. I do it for you. Do it for you. Man, I didn't think he would get there, but that might be the move for Tennessee. Let's see. Bijan Robinson. Crazy. What a crazy first round, gentlemen and ladies. Please smash that like button. I will give you guys like a full update of everyone they picked, I guess. Right? Once the 10th pick is go over, I'll probably go over all 10 picks for you guys. All right. So here we go. Here comes your announcement of Jalen Carter. There you go. Jalen Carter, pick 9 to Philadelphia. Arguably the best player in this draft. I mean, absolute. When you talk about stud, you're talking about Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is a very, very, very good player. You know, I've told all of y'all, and I got no qualms about it. If there would have been a path to him, and Wilkins wanted 23, 22 million, I would have traded Wilkins and tried to get Jalen Carter. Absolute stud. You know, the film is just so impressive. At times, he's just downright unblockable. 6'3", 314 pounds, beast of a man, 33.5-inch arms, 10.25-inch hands, and an 81-inch wingspan. Functional strength is just unreal. Like, you watch this guy, and you're like, he's the best prospect at this position I've seen since Ndamukong Suh. Can play every position across that front. 0 tech, 1 tech, 3 tech, 5 tech, 4-eye. Where do you want him to go? Doesn't matter. He's a game changer wherever you put him. And someone who it feels like will just keep offensive coordinators and offensive linemen up all night. And you see Drew Rosenhaus walking him here. It's just a special player. You know, tape shows a really good athlete, elite lateral ability to his game, sheds blockers with raw and real power, or can slip them with his agility. He's just a special, special, special player. Obviously, the issue with him is character. You know, and I just evaluate these players off the film. I don't know, unless I get told something by someone who knows him or who has met him. I don't really, you know, get into that whole thing. But Jalen Carter, special player, and they have now paired him with Jordan Davis. That is unbelievable. Like, my God. Wow. Oh. Like, imagine lining up against Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Fletcher Cox as an offensive lineman. He's just unbelievable. That's just unbelievable. Let's now we are on, the Bears are on the board. Where do the Bears go? I want to know. My mock is completely shot in the first round. Do they Darnell Wright? Do they go tackle here? Do they go Darnell Wright, Broderick Jones? One of those two guys? I think Levis is going to potentially go 11. I think Will Levis has the potential to go 11. Tennessee. So, I got to put money on tackle here. I think it's going to be Broderick, Jones, or Darnell Wright. They could go wide receiver, JSN. But you got to think tackle here. Guys, they're not moving off Justin Fields. They're going tackle here. I had Darnell Wright in my mock going at 9 to the Bears. Let's see. It's got to be Darnell, no? Let's see. The Bears selection pick is in. Here's the 10th pick. There you go, Darnell Wright, number 10. D Wolverine 305. Leave it to Miami to have no damn picks. This sucks. It's still fun. Well, I got 2 picks in the top 10 right. Whew. That was a rough top 10 for your boy over here, huh? Rough top 10. All right, let's go. Let's go over who's been picked so far in the top 10 for all of y'all. You know what? It's actually been for not having a first round pick. The first 10 picks have been quite fascinating for a team not picking up here, huh? All right, let's get into let's go over all the picks here. Wow, and the 11th pick is in, and it is not going to be a quarterback. Will Levis continues to fall. All right, here are the picks right now. Bryce Young, obviously first overall. Houston took CJ Stroud. Will Anderson, 3rd overall. Houston making moves. Anthony Richardson, we had, it was just surprise after number 1, right? Seattle passes on Jalen Carter, but they pair Devin Witherspoon with Tariq Woolen, which is nasty. First tackle off the board, Paris Johnson to the Cardinals. The Raiders took Tyree Wilson. Atlanta took Bijan Robinson. Jalen Carter goes to the Eagles. Darnell Wright goes at 10. And the word on the street is number 11 is Peter Skoronski, tackle/guard out of Northwestern. That is what it looks like it is going to be at 11. They are going to pass on Will Levis, and the Titans instead look to be taking Peter Skoronski. So, wow. I had them taking JSN here because they got like no weapons. But that's where they're going. Peter Skoronski is about to be the 11th pick of the draft. All right. I want to kind of go off of what Brian just said here. Brother, word on the street is Bergeron, like Cole Strange, might be a name that sneaks into this class. So Bergeron might sneak into the first round. That's what the word is right now. Keep that in mind. So we'll see how it goes. Watch Hendon be the next quarterback to go. Oh, my God. Will is falling. Falling. All right. It's been a crazy draft, huh? The Titans are not taking Levis. They're taking Peter Skoronski. I'm just letting you know because I still see people saying Levis and stuff. Crazy. All right. Well, hey, let's see how it goes here. But yeah, you talk about Darnell, right? I don't know if I gave you my thoughts on Darnell, but obviously one of my biggest man crushes in this draft. Tackle 1 on my board. I mean, top right tackle option in this class. I know a lot of people think he can play left tackle too. I agree. Some of the most powerful hands in this class. His punch can destroy defenders' worlds. Has a resume against top rushers. He handled Travon Walker easily when he faced him, who was the number 1 pick last year. He took care of Will Anderson, who you saw Houston move the world to come up and get when he faced him. I mean, he took on Brian Breesy, no problem. So powerful, but he's got that crazy agility. To me, he has the best anchor of this class. Very smart player, really experienced. Has played over 2,700 snaps. To me, he's one of the best in this class in open space. Too. Big fan of him. Shout out to the homie D Hugga out here feeling some love. And what did he do? He went and he gave a free membership away. And shout out, he gifted 1 membership, and that went to Topher. So shout out to you, D Hugga. Appreciate you, homie, for supporting the channel, holding it down. All right, now Peter Skoronski is the next pick here. Listen, he is a stud, and he's right behind Darnell Wright for me. Right? My top 3 tackles are off the board now after the Skoronski selection, so let's let him announce it. All right, so he may not be the most imposing tackle, but he's so explosive out of his stance, elite balance, ability to mirror with high-level lateral quickness. He keeps his legs driving constantly, displays a firm, wide base, stays squares to defenders, always at a good pad level. Even if defenders get a step on him or take a better angle, Skoronski displays such sound recovery skills and ability. Can't stress his IQ enough, whether diagnosing the defense, his ability to handle counter moves from defenders after the first move doesn't work, or, his understanding of angles once he's in space. Probably the best hands in terms of consistent placement in the defender's pads of this class. So technically sound. Strong anchor. Once he has a defender clasped down and drops it, it's pretty much over. Biggest knocks, obviously, is going to be length. And it's a comparable situation to his former Northwestern counterpart, Rashawn Slater. But he's so clean in every other area that he'll be fine at the next level. And he's of a bloodline, too. So I'm not worried. I think he will be fine at the next level. Keep him at tackle. You don't got to kick him in. You can, but you don't have to. All right, Detroit. So they're going to take... I had them taking Christian Gonzalez just higher. So we'll see where that goes. We'll see how that goes. Shout out to Kevin with the $1 donation. Dude, this draft did not go how any of us thought it would go. This is craziness right now, Kevin. It's nuts. I'm stunned. Don't worry. I ain't worried. Levis is going to pop ball. Let him fall. Let him fall. Pick is in. Wow! Wow! Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12 to the Lions. Jahmyr Gibbs is off the board, ladies and gentlemen. Wow! I told y'all there was no way he was making it to 51. Jahmyr Gibbs is off the board. Wow! Wow! Jahmyr Gibbs, number 12 overall. Like I said, all season, all draft season, no way this guy gets into the second round. Bro, this draft is amazing. I mean, Jesus Christ. Jahmyr Gibbs, I didn't have him going that high. Holy, but let me give you my thoughts on him because everyone knows I love Jahmyr Gibbs. Kevin says, what the fuck? I don't know, bro. You tell me, Kevin. You know just as much as I do right now. What is happening? Now, Jahmyr Gibbs, we are talking about a stud, though. A stud. I told all y'all, I said he's better than Najee. I told all y'all, and it looks like the NFL believes that. That's for sure. Holy jeez. Now, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, you're 5'9", 199, transferred to Alabama from Georgia Tech. Unreal lateral movement, change of direction ability, great acceleration, speed and open space to match. I'd label him the best receiving back of this class, like I said in my evaluation of him. When I did my big board, crazy agility and flexibility, can shed tackles, slither through small holes. Or he can break an ankle with a sharp cut. But he's also, he's got patient, intelligent runner with good vision. So, he can fit with a gap or zone scheme. Doesn't matter. He's that versatile. Also might have the highest motor of this class. Contact balance is top tier for him. Obviously he's a willing pass blocker, but he just doesn't have the core functional strength right now. If he does get that, I think he can be a good blocker, at least, better than decent, because he's very willing. He's very, very willing. Stud. Shocker. I'm shocked. Wow. DeAndre Swift for a 6th rounder right now. You gotta think he could be. You gotta think, but could be had. Listen, you gotta think DeAndre Swift can be had by a running back needy team for next to nothing right now. For next to nothing. I'm just saying, and DeAndre Swift has just been underutilized. You got to think he can be had for next for nothing right now. I'd offer a 7th round pick for Swift right now. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'd offer right now. 7th round pick. Give him nothing. That's a UDFA pick. Just stay healthy for us and we're good to go. That guy would be he'd be very unique in this offense. Give him a 7th round pick. That's nothing. Are you going to get a more dynamic player in the 7th round right now? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself that. Are you going to get a DeAndre Swift in the 7th round right now? No. You're not going to. And what's worse, you cut bait? Because you, come on, man. You know, that's me at least. What do you have to lose with the 7th round pick? What do you have to lose? Ask yourself that. And it gives you can probably get Cook for even less. Go get him for a 7th round pick and then tell these guys, well, you know, I'm just saying. Then you get Cook and DeAndre Swift for nothing. $9.99 super chat from Topher. Appreciate you, homie. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. Thank you, good sir. I know we need O-line really bad, but if we get Dalvin Cook and a good blocking tight end, wouldn't that supplement some line? Because with Dalvin Cook, yeah, it would. You know, what would happen is, you know, and I've said this privately to people, the good thing about getting a guy like Dalvin Cook is he takes a little pressure off the offensive line. They'll look better than they really are. So yeah, for sure, you're 110% right. And if you get a guy like Darnell Washington, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's going to help out too. He's going to help out too. Exactly. Swift was a 35th pick in 2020. Man, they got no leverage right now. None whatsoever. All right. Green Bay, they are on the board. Are they going to go JSN? Are they going to go tackle? Let's see. It's very interesting here. Wow. Here comes my number 2 edge off the board, everyone, if you were listening earlier. The Green Bay Packers continue tradition. Lucas Van Ness, my second edge player, who I spoke about earlier, is now off the board. Lucas Van Ness is a Green Bay Packer. I'm a big fan of this guy. He's my second guy. You know, I mean, we're talking about like an 81 3/4 wingspan, 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands. I mean, explosive off the snap out of his stance. You know, dude, he is just so when you add in the length of his frame plus his natural strength, He is a beast, and he can play inside out too. That's what I love about him. That's what I also love about him. He got great twitch for a man his size. He's just got, he's just a physical player. Violent hands, nonstop motor, right? And he can strike the fear of God into ball carriers, man. He is awesome. And another thing too is, he's not even 22 yet. So listen, I think this guy is going to be a very, very, very good player with the right coaching. And he's played defensive tackle and edge rusher, so he can move across that line. Big guy. I love Lucas Van Ness. My second edge off my board is gone. So he's a good player, man. Good player. All right. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up with the New England Patriots. What? They gave up the fourth round pick to move up. Wow. All right, let's see, man. Pittsburgh trades up. This is crazy. Wow. What a crazy. Watch, mister, coming out of nowhere. And he says, I haven't been on lately, reason, been in and out of the hospital. I'm home now and glad to see everyone still supporting the community and channel. I really hope Sam Laporta drops to the second round. Cheers. Man, everyone, I need you right now. One of the biggest supporters of this channel. Watch, mister. I need everyone. Send this man some love. Watch, mister. Email me, finsideTheNFL@gmail.com, brother. Let's talk. You need anything, brother. I'm here for you, man. I'm sending you nothing but well wishes. My daughter was just in the hospital yesterday for a procedure. I just, hey, listen, I'm here for you, brother. You just hit me up. I'm an email away, my guy. And we can exchange phone numbers. But dude, I'm terribly sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing well, my guy. Stay healthy. Stay safe, brother. All right. Here we go. Who they move? I'm trying to find out who they moved up for. Did they move up for Joey Porter Jr.? The bloodline? Tell me they moved up for the bloodline. Please. It might be a tackle because they got serious tackle issues. So what happened was the Patriots picked they traded pick 14 to the Steelers for pick 17 and 120. So there you go. And there you go. Another tackle is coming off the board. Broderick Jones. One of my top OTs on my big board. He's such a mean player. Great pick here. Great pick. My OT4, so my top 4 offensive tackles are gone. All of y'all who are even hoping for DeJuan Jones, good luck. You'd be lucky if Matthew Bergeron is there at this point. They are rolling right now. Broderick Jones moves up. They move up and they take Broderick Jones. Huge. Listen. Bright side. I'm going to tell you guys what I'm saying here right now. Listen. There's a bright side to all this, okay? So, here you go. Listen. No tight ends have been off the board yet, right? But it is looking like Bergeron, Dwan Jones, for all of you that were hoping for them, doesn't look like they're going to fall. They're going to be there at 51. We've already had 4 tackles run off the board. I wouldn't hold my breath for Bergeron. You know, I just wouldn't hold my breath for Bergeron or Dwan Jones to be there. You know, I just wouldn't. We'll see how it goes. Now, in terms of Broderick Jones, one of the meanest players in this class. Such a good player. 6'5", 311. Strong recovery ability to his game. Quick, nimble feet. Smooth into his kick slide. Highly intelligent. He takes good angles. High level awareness. Plays at a consistently good pad level. Very scheme versatile. I think he excels in gap or zone. In 19 starts, he only allowed 2 sacks. His biggest area of development is going to be technique. He can allow defenders into his chest with inconsistent hand placement, and he's kind of susceptible to giving up the inside gaps to defenders. He cleans that up, though, and you got something real special. One of the most violent and mean players in this draft. I don't think the Jets are going to take a receiver here. Are they going to pair JSN with Garrett Wilson? Oh, my God. Topher, are they going to do it? I know they want O-line. I know they would have loved Broderick Jones. What do you do now, though? The Jets have Tyler Conklin. I know Washington was looking at tackles, too. Washington was looking at tackles pretty hard. So you got 2 teams right now that are probably going to have to pivot. Let's see. Are they going to go JSN right now? Here we go. They are still on the clock. No pick is in. After pick 15, we'll recap all the picks up into this point. Crazy stuff. Shout out to Darth Vader. Swift is on the move. It sure seems like it. You could probably have Swift for nothing right now, dude. For nothing. By the way, smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new. 735 of you in the room. Please do me the favor. Just smash that like button. Wow. Who are the Jets going to take? Man. I'm seeing the time click away because they're probably sitting here fielding calls. They probably don't know what they coveted the hell out of him, and he's gone now. Broderick Jones, and now he's gone. Whew. Very, very interesting. Now, what do we have going on here? The pick is not even in yet, people. Let's go. Man, they are really stretching the timeout on this pick. You know, this isn't a thing where the pick is in and they're just stretching the clock. Wow. Thanks for covering the draft with us. You the man. Reason. Let me bring that up. Appreciate you, Lemony Crawdad. Lemony Crawdad says, thanks for covering the draft with us. You the man. Reason. Appreciate you, sir. It's always my pleasure. Wait till tomorrow night when we got the panel. Richmond Webb will be here. Kevin Dern will be here. Neil Driscoll will be stopping in. The homie Martin will be in here. So the knowledge and the conversation is going to be fantastic tomorrow night. You're not going to want to miss it. What if the Pats got Levis? I'm not worried. Well, I'm worried a bit about Levis because he's my number one guy. Yes, ball game. Not only did Washington not pick up Chase Young's fifth-year option, but him or Montez Sweat apparently are going to be on the move. Interesting. I don't think the Pats are going to take Levis. All right. There you go. They're clapping and they're doing their little gestures. In New York, the pick is in, it looks like, and it looks like Salah's on the phone with someone. It's got to be JSN. That probably makes the most sense here. Maybe it's someone different. We'll find out. The pick isn't even officially in yet. They're still on the clock. It's now in. The pick is officially in. All right. What do we got? In the chat right now, who's your prediction? I'm going to go JSN. I'm going to predict they go JSN. Jason Myers says Kincaid. Oh, Kincaid, JSN, Will Levis with Rodgers, Nolan. Yeah, Nolan Smith might be another one. Christian Gonzalez. They got two. Yeah, maybe. Kalijah Cansey. I like where you're at, Larry. But you taking Kalijah Cansey over Mazzy and Keanu? Brandon Branch. Ooh, interesting. Bergeron. Wow. I like it. You guys are all over here. Let's go. Porter Jr. Pass rush. Yeah. Keanu offers that too. What else we got here? So we got a lot of ideas. None of you are right. It was Will McDonald out of Iowa State, whom I'm actually quietly. I knew Nolan Smith would fall. I knew it. Remember, I said I picked Anthony Richardson or Nolan Smith, non-quarterback Nolan Smith. I knew it'd be Nolan Smith that would fall. Will McDonald, I got him as my 9th edge. I got Nolan Smith on the board ahead of him, Derek Hall, Miles Murphy, Nick Herberg, and Keon White. Wow. All right, edge Will McDonald. Hey, do your thing. Wow. I am shocked. Patriots are going to get JSN. Yep. What's Washington going to do? They need tackle help hard. Yeah. I'm lower on Will McDonald than most people. I know a lot of people have him at like 5, 6. I got him as 9. I can't believe JSN is dropping right now. Jackson Smith, he's ridiculous. This is, oh my God. Wow. All right, Washington. I've heard they're in on Sam Howell, so I don't think it's going to be a quarterback here. I think Washington. I know they wanted tackle, but are they taking DeJuan Jones or Matthew Bergeron here at 16? I don't. That's a kind of a reach. You know, if I was Washington, I'd trade back here. If I was Washington, but that's just me. Because now you're getting into that where there's not a lot of, there's not a lot of studs here in terms of first round grade. Now we're getting into the nitty gritty of the first round. I don't even have a first round grade on Will McDonald, but he went there. Maybe Christian Gonzalez here makes sense. Christian Gonzalez makes sense here for the Commanders. Yeah, the Jets just panicked because Broderick Jones was off the board. Jets are going to jet. Will McDonald, like I said, he's my edge 9. I got Nolan Smith on the board, still ahead of him. I've got Derek Hall, Miles Murphy, Nick Herberg, and Keon White all ahead of him. The Jets are just hilarious. It's hilarious. Wow. Christian Gonzalez continues to slip. Wow. Mississippi State cornerback Emmanuel Forbes is going number 16 overall to the Washington Commanders. Wow. Wow. No way they chose him over Campbell. They don't need linebacker. They've invested high on linebacker in the recent drafts. That's why. They've invested. They drafted what's his face? The kid that I liked last year. I'll tell you his name. They drafted Jamin Davis. They've invested in linebacker. So that's why they didn't go in him. Wow. I cannot believe Jack Campbell falling to the second round. Yeah, you better keep that winky face. You better keep that winky face. Because I warn all y'all. What do I warn all y'all with linebackers? Look at historically. Linebackers historically go in the 20s. Right? Like, I know, you know, someone just needs to explain this Christian Gonzalez fall to me. You know, crazy. Crazy. I'm shocked. I'm not getting my hopes up on. I see Jack Campbell sliding. Historically, there's a run on linebackers in the 20s. All right, let's see where this goes. Here we go. Emmanuel Forbes. I am stunned. Now, I have watched Emmanuel Forbes. I like him. He's actually my third CB. I had Christian Gonzalez, Devin Witherspoon, then Emmanuel Forbes. He's a great player, though. Just a great guy, great player. So what do I think of him? I think he's a stud, buddy. I think he's a absolute stud, bud. Joey Porter's my 4, and then Deonte Banks is 5. You know, you're talking about a guy. He's got like a 79.5-inch wingspan. Good length to his frame. Good contact balance. Diagnoses and reacts really well to the play. You know, he can play really good in zone. Really excels and thrives in zone. You know, listen, and he can make plays on the balls. He's smart enough to track and break passes up. You know what I mean? He's a good player. And you know, he loves tackling. He's a competitive player. Doesn't shy away from the physical aspect of it. So, you know, and you know, let's be honest here. This guy is ridiculous. We're talking about 16 interceptions in his final 3 seasons of high school and 14 interceptions in his 3 years in college. Emmanuel Forbes is a stud, man. Stud. Pat's going tight end when everyone zigs, they zag. I haven't checked. Tell me they're going Dalton Kincaid. Please tell me they're going Dalton Kincaid. Oh, no. The New England Patriots are taking Christian Gonzalez. My number 1 corner comes off the board. Wow. Wow. Man, obviously this guy gets them. Unbelievable. Christian Gonzalez is a New England Patriot. Wow, what a grab for them. Still over 750 of you in the room. Oh my Lord. I mean, we are talking about a freaking stud here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow. Oh, sorry, by the way, Emmanuel Forbes is my fourth. Keely's my third, behind Devin and Christian Gonzalez. I totally blanked. I skipped over Keely's name while I was reading my list here. All right. Yeah, Keely is my my third guy. Forbes is my fourth. Christian Gonzalez is my first guy. You know, 6'1.5", 200 pounds, 32-inch arms, 77-inch wingspan, good length to his frame. Obviously, do we got to talk about his 40? I mean, do I need to talk about his 4.38 40? You know, 11-foot 1-inch broad jump, 41.5-inch vert, explosive player, great fluidity in his hips when he turns. You know, really instinctual when it comes to reading route concepts, and can stay on top of those routes really easily too. You know, and his tackling has got better. He's still going to need to clean up. He's not the, you know, he has missed. Let's put it that way. And he honestly, I think his biggest downfall, he doesn't offer a ton against the run. You know what I mean? But you talk about a guy who can cover every blade of grass. You talking about Christian Gonzalez, man. Great player. So we'll see. Good player. Unreal. Unreal, man. We'll just go to pick 20 and then we'll go over it with you guys. Who's my best remaining? Someone asked. My number one guy on my board right now would probably be Will Levis, and then I would have JSN, and then Michael Mayer would probably be the three best I have on my board right now, sitting right there. Will Levis, JSN, and Michael Mayer are probably my three best available right now. And Detroit is on the board. Look at that. So, good pick, man. That is, oh, man. New England kept trading back and accumulating picks. And this is what they come away with? My Lord. My Lord. Oh. Hey, you got to give Belichick his props. They did good there. They did good. You got to give your due. Bill Belichick is just, oh man, that was a masterclass. My Lord. I know Commander fans with Gonzalez on the board, they're not too happy that, you know, they took Emmanuel Forbes over Gonzalez. I mean, they got a good pick there. You got to call it down the line. That is a good pick. Whew. All right, let's see here. Now we're at 18. Detroit, man. Where does Detroit go now? Son of a bitch. Jack Campbell is the Detroit Lion. Feeling A-Chain at 51 now? No. I'm not. No, it's too high. I'd try and see if he can fall. Jack Campbell is a Detroit Lion. There you go. One of my favorite players on this draft and my number one player remaining on my board. Jack Campbell. There you go. That was who was my number one player on the board. Someone asked who my number one player was. There you go. Such a Dan Campbell pick. Man, this whole tight end board is on. At 21, we could have had Michael Mayer. We could have had our whole pick of the litter, it looks like, in this tight end class at 21. Who do we got left here? Brutal. Like, absolutely brutal. Now it starts to hurt when we start watching guys we like go. Freaking Jack Campbell to the Patriots. Ouch. Yeah, lines are clapping. I'd clap too. Look at the drafts they've had with like Penei Sewell, Jack Campbell, Jameson Williams last year. That hurts. That hurts. 750 of you in the room. Smash that like button. Well, look at it this way. Wouldn't have got him anyways if it would have stayed at 21. Unless we would have traded up. Yeah, those mock simulators that had Jack Campbell in 51 was ridiculous. Oh man, he's so good. My number one linebacker is now officially off the board with Jack Campbell, and one of my biggest man crushes of this draft class. I believe he's also the first linebacker off the board too. 2022 Buckus Award winner. Had the sixth best relative athletic score out of 2,600 linebackers ranked since 1987. 37.5-inch vertical, 10-foot 8-inch broad, 4.65 40. Has some of the most disciplined eyes in this class, and his ability to track a quarterback's eyes is high level too. He and Sanders are probably the biggest hitters of this class, but Campbell is just much more refined as a tackler. Complete Mike linebacker, not more of a complete Mike linebacker in this class than Jack Campbell. Would love to see him be a little less patient at times, as he can delay his downhill trigger, waiting for the play to come to him. But, you know, overall, this is a complete player. This is a stud of a selection at 18 overall, Jack Campbell. 20s haven't even started yet, and there they go. We'll see. We'll see. Tampa Bay, the pick is in for Tampa. All right. Here we go. It's your, where are you, Larry? Your boy's off the board. Kalijah Cansey is going to go 19 overall to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So there you go. Kalijah Cansey, defensive tackle out of Pitt, is off the board at 19 to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, it's looking like. Overall, my I apologize, my 7th rated DT. Knows how to convert his speed to power and vice versa as a pass rusher. Leaps off the snap, exploding out of his stance with a quick first step. Times the snap well regularly. Hands are good, active, and violent. Not only can he shoot gaps effectively, but he can also fill the gaps. He'd be my top 5 easily if he, wasn't one of the most undersized 3 techs in recent memory. He's 6'1", 281. He's got 30 and 5/8 inch arms and 72 and a 3/4 inch wingspan. Like, people need to realize this. Kalijah Cansey would be an outlier if he hits based on his size. Based on Kalijah Cansey's size, he would be a outlier. So that's why I have him outside of my top 5 and at 7. The film was so good that I had to keep him at 7. But because of his size and outliers worry me, yeah, I have him drop down a little bit. So why is Levis dropping so far? Because, right now you're in a period of the draft where you're not getting into QB needy teams. And there's players who on the board who want to make the pick. Like, if I was the Bucs here, I would have drafted Will Levis over Kalijah Cansey and had him learn behind Baker Mayfield. Yeah, the length and the power issues are a serious problem for him. So we'll see how it works out for Kalijah Cansey, but if he had the length, he would have been a top 5 tackle for me, like I said, in my evaluation. But because he needs to be literally an outlier, yeah, that stuff worries me, man. Outliers worry me. So we'll see. He's a good player, man. Good get off, everything like that. So we'll see what happens with Kalijah Cansey. Seattle is now on the board. Who do I want at 51? At this pace, I hope Matthew Bergeron or Laporta are there. That's who I want. I don't think Mayer will be there. All right, Seattle on the board now. And Seattle, they've already made. They selected Devin Witherspoon at number 5 overall. Now, in my mock draft, if you remember, I had them taking Jalen Carter and then Deonte Banks. So I did have them taking a corner, just not as high. So now that they don't need Deonte Banks here, you could talk Amazi Smith makes sense here. Amazi Smith does make sense here. Do they like Brian Breesy? I expect them to go defensive line here. Defensive line makes the most sense. Teron Langhover with the Hall of Fame 7 months. He's been a Hall of Famer. And he says, Darnell Washington for our pick with TE falling. Let's do this. Hey, looking like he might be there. The whole tight end class is basically following right now, right? So, yeah, that's it. The show. A lot of these teams, why is JSN falling right now? Levis ain't the only one. Nolan Smith is falling. So there's other guys that are falling right now. You know, by the looks of this, if Anthony Richardson wasn't the crazy athlete he was, he'd be falling too. I expected Brian Branch to fall into the 20s, so I'm not really shocked. JSN to the Chargers? Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Ton of sense. The Seahawks have to be taking defensive line here, though. All right, let's this is very interesting, this draft. Man. This has been one of the most entertaining drafts I've watched. Do you think Miami... No, I don't think Miami trades up, Jazza. I don't think Miami's trading up into the first round. I don't see it happening. Especially with how crazy this board is falling right now. Happy birthday, Nick. I hope you have a pleasant birthday. Hope you get everything you wanted. My daughter's birthday is coming up. And, man, I hope you get spoiled and treated like the prince you are. Happy birthday, Nick. I don't see Hendon Hooker going before Will Levis. I just don't see that happening. I just don't see it. Massive. And I love the Jets screwed it up. The Jets panicked. They didn't know what to do. All right, let's go. Come on, man. Wow, they are taking every single second, are the Seahawks. Good for them. All right, pick is in. Wow, the Ravens are going to get Deonte Banks, hometown boy. There you go. The Seahawks have taken JSN. JSN is off the board at 20. There you go. My number one receiver in this class is gone. So Jackson Smith and Jigba goes at 20. I mean, you're talking about my number one guy here. Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's a stud, man. He is a stud. So JSN is off the board. Here comes the selection. Good pick. Good pick. That was, listen, I had them taking cornerback and defensive tackle, but I was originally, before I took Deontay Banks, I was looking at what wide receivers were available in my mock. The problem was, I had Addison already gone. I had Zay Flowers gone at this point, and I had JSN gone at this point. So that's why I had them. But you're talking about one of the best route runners in this class right here at pick 20. Good pick here. All right, here's the Seahawks pick. So Jackson Smith and Jigba goes 20th overall. Probably the best route runner in this draft class. I think he slipped a little bit because obviously his 4.5 240 wasn't overly impressive to everyone here. Man, we're talking about like good feet, stems his routes really well. A good ball tracker, can high point the football. A little over 6 foot, 6.5, about 196, 97 pounds. Listen, highly productive player, highly productive player. When he was a sophomore, obviously only played 3 games in 2022. Basically missed almost all of his junior year because of that nagging injury, which was his hamstring. So we'll see what happens here. I think this is a good pick for the Seattle Seahawks. You pair this with what they already have in Seattle. And, I mean, you all know how much I love me some Tyler Lockett. And you pair him with Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. Remember, they drafted Dwayne Eskridge. So they're trying to hit on wide receivers in Seattle. So the Chargers are on the board. Man, I think they're going to go tight end here. I think you're going to go tight end or receiver here. Like Dalton Kincaid makes a lot of sense here. Do they go, they almost moved off Keenan Allen. So do they go get Zay Flowers to take over the slot from him? Interesting stuff. Or are they going to go boundary, and are they going to replace Joshua Palmer on the boundary? Right? Maybe they go for like a Quentin Johnson for the boundary. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do here. So Jackson Smith and Jigba, a great player, man. Good addition. All right, so this would have been, the next one technically would have been our pick. So here's just some players who are on the board still at 21. All right. Miles Murphy's still around. Nolan Smith is still around. Joey Porter Jr., Dalton Kincaid, Brian Branch, Quentin Johnston, Will Levis, Jordan Addison, Keely Ringo, Michael Mayer, Zay Flowers, Joe Tippmann, John Michael Schmitz, Deontay Banks, Anton Harrison, Brian Breesy, Osiris Torrance, Drew Sanders is still around. Darnell Washington, obviously. Mazzie Smith. Would have been nice to pick here with all this. Would have been nice to pick here. Ah, man. All right, let's see here. The pick is in for the Chargers. All right. Who would you have taken here at pick 21? In the comments right now. Who would you have taken here at pick 21 if you were the Dolphins? You got this whole board available. Who would you have taken? And the Chargers are taking, I nailed it, Quentin Johnston, TCU, wide receiver. All right, let's see who we got here. Washington, Kincaid, Mayer, Darnell, Mayer, Washington, Kincaid, Washington, Mayer, Kincaid, Mayer, Darnell, Mayer, Darnell, Nolan, Mazzie or Mayer. That's what, yeah. Mayer, Joey Porter Jr. Yeah, that's a good one. OT, I don't know if I would have taken DeJuan Jones as high. Osiris Torrance. Trade back. Nolan Smith. Jalen Duncan. Yeah, I would have taken Mazzie or Michael Mayer. That probably would have been my pick. Yeah, that would have been my pick probably. I wouldn't have minded a guy like Deontay Banks either. Brian Branch would have been very interesting. Dude, I don't know. Brian Branch is very intriguing too, right? I might have to throw Brian Branch in there. Yeah, I would have taken Mazzy or Michael. All right. Let's see what we got here. 740 of you in the room. Quinn Johnston. I would have gone Michael Mayer or Mazzy Smith there at 21. Branch, I would have been okay with. I would have been okay with with one of the corners. I don't think I would have taken DeJuan Jones that high. Bergeron is a little too high for me. You know what I mean? A little too high for me. Keeley, based on, dude, Keeley. The thing with Keeley is look at all the guys that are left on the board right now. Joey Porter's still there. You know, Keeley's still there, obviously. Deontay Banks is still there. Cam Smith is still there. Like, there's still corners there. That's why I could see why Darnell Washington. I wouldn't have. Michael Mayer is ready to start today. Darnell Washington is a guy I would have taken at 51. He's my tight end one based on potential. Remember, ceiling is what put Darnell over the top of me. If we're going right now, I got to add you right now, Michael Mayer. Will Levis, is he going to drop into the second? Just trying to see if there's any. There's really nothing huge going on. The Ravens are on the clock. I think they're going corner. Let's see. Yeah, since he's definitely going to take a tight end. Watch Minnesota take Levis. Bro, Lamar Jackson slipped all the way to the end of the first round and got just got $185 million guaranteed. It's not about how high you go. It's about where you go. It's working out for Levis. He's going to go to a good team. Guy going to end up in New Orleans. I think a team will trade up. The Ravens at number 22 are taking a receiver. I had them taking a receiver in my draft. I had them taking Jordan Addison. Instead, they're going to take my wide receiver 2 here. Zay Flowers from Boston College is going to go off the board to the Ravens. So there you go. Because right now you're with teams that don't need quarterbacks. Zay Flowers, I'm shocked they're continuing to please Lamar Jackson. Here you go. The Ravens with their selection. Zay Flowers. Shout out to Nick Hicks. Because that's Nick Hicks' boy right there. Who also trains, obviously Tua Tagovailoa. But huge. So I picked 22. There you go. Zay Flowers. At 22. Huge. Like I said, my wide receiver 2. Huge fan of this kid. Man. We're talking about a 4.4 240. Now his size is going to scare people. A little over 5'9", 182. But we're talking about, you talk about explosiveness in a phone booth. Short area quickness is out of this world on this kid. Pretty good route runner. Obviously because of his size, getting jammed up at the line at the next level is going to be an issue, but he has a pretty decent release package other than that. Has really good instincts once the ball's in his hands to make plays with the football. Listen, he is a very, very good player. Ideal fit for the slot. Like, this guy is going to be a beast in that slot. So, hey, we'll see what happens here. He's a guy you want to move horizontal. He's got really good ball tracking skills, really good hands, and he offers you dynamic play after the catch. So, and like I said, a pretty good route runner too. So, Zay Flowers, number 22 overall to the Baltimore Ravens. All right, let's go over all the picks thus far. Let's recap as we're at 22. I wanted to do this recap at 20, but hey. So obviously number 1 overall went Bryce Young. Number 2 was CJ Stroud. Number 3, Will Anderson, the first two shock plays of the day. Stroud at 2 and then trading up to 3. But it didn't stop there with the Colts taking Anthony Richardson at 5. Just when it seemed like the stars were aligning for Jalen Carter to Seattle, they decide to go another way, and a good way they went, pairing Devin Witherspoon with Tariq Woolen out there. Paris Johnson, after trading back, they still get their top tackle on their board, obviously. Tyree Wilson drops to 7 to the Raiders. Bijan Robinson goes at 8 to the Falcons after they invested in Tyler Algier, who had a good year last year. Philadelphia Eagles, the rich get richer. They get Jalen Carter after Hargrave walked. They took Jordan Davis last year and Fletcher Cox. How many years does he have left? Chicago Bears, Darnell Wright. Peter Skoronski goes to the Titans. Going to be interesting whether they stick him at guard or tackle over there. Jahmyr Gibbs, number 12, after they added Montgomery, this offseason, they draft Jahmyr Gibbs. That tells you they had a really high grade on him. Lucas Van Ness, my second edge in this class, goes to the Green Bay Packers at 13. Part of that Rodgers trade. Number 14, the Steelers got Broderick Jones. The biggest reach of the draft thus far at 15. My edge 9 goes off the board. Will McDonald. It really felt like they thought they were going to get Broderick Jones, and they panicked. And they took Will McDonald. Emmanuel Forbes at 16 here with Christian Gonzalez, my number 1 corner still on the board. Christian Gonzalez goes the next pick, though, to the New England Patriots. Jack Campbell. If there was ever a Dan Campbell pick, that is it. Kalijah Kancey at number 19. Number 20, the first receiver comes out. 2 running backs went before receivers. Before the first receiver went off the board. JSN, Jackson Smith, and Jogba goes 20, 21, Quentin Johnston to the Chargers. The Ravens, they took Zay Flowers at 22. And right now on the clock are the Minnesota Vikings. So, could they shock everyone and get Levis? What do they do here? What do they do here? Listen, I'm looking at these teams left here. Who needs a quarterback here? No one. Unless someone is trading up, who needs a quarterback here? Minnesota is the only one that might take a quarterback to get ready for Kirk, and I don't see them doing that. Jacksonville, Lawrence. Giants, right? Just gave Daniel Jones that money. Cowboys, Dak. Buffalo, Josh Allen. Cincy just extended that 50-year option. New Orleans, Derek Carr. Philly, Hurts. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anyone, unless someone trades up, that needs a quarterback right now. So, teams might just be sitting there watching this move and being like, what do we need to move for? What do we need to panic? Right? Real talk. Because, let's get here. Let's get here first. Where's that calling? All right. All right. Let's do this for a second here, okay? Let's look at who's in the second, okay? The Steelers pick one. They believe in Kenny Pickett. The Lions at 34 as the backup for Goff, maybe? The Rams at 36 for the backup of Stafford? Maybe? But those are the next set of teams that need a quarterback. Same with Tennessee, who pick at 41. The only quarterback needy teams I see up to 40 that are picking there are Tennessee at 41. Well, the Raiders at 38. The Rams need someone in place for Stafford at 36. And the Lions at 34. So I only count 4 teams that pick all the way in the next 18 picks. And a couple of those, 5 if you want to include in Minnesota, but that would make a couple of those, they're planning for the future. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. It's just there's not a lot of needy teams right here. And Jordan Addison is going to be going here to the Minnesota Vikings. Receiver, USC, formerly of Pitt, is gone to he's my number 3 receiver. I really liked him at Pitt. What he did there. He's a good player. Big fan of Jordan Addison, man. 5'11", about 175-ish. You know, great twitch to his body. You know, you're talking about really clean feet. You know, he is elusive in open space. Again, another one of those explosive in a phone booth type of guys. You know, 4.49 40. High level acceleration to his game. Now the problem is obviously going to be, you know, 175, 5'11". That's not the most ideal, especially he doesn't show great strength, you know, trying to get off the line. I think press is going to be an issue for him at the next level, but you're going to have to bulk up. You know what I mean? So listen, I'm a fan of him, man. I'm a fan of him. He can go horizontal or vertical for an offense. He's a good player. Definitely a good player. So Jordan Addison, number 23 overall. I think if we see a trade up now, you pretty much know what a trade up would be. If we see a trade up right now, I think you could pretty much know what it's going to be and who it's for. All right. Let's see what's going on in the comments right now. What you got? What are you guys saying in the comments? It makes sense. Michael Mayer to the Cowboys. It's gonna happen. Get ready for that. Get ready for that. Deion Branch here. I don't know. Do the Giants need a nickel? Who the hell the Giants taking here? Because he plays safety, but he really is really strong playing nickel. I don't remember who had them taking here. Let me see. Hold on a sec. Did the Giants trade up, or were they always 24th? Am I losing my mind, or am I wrong? I thought Jacksonville was 24th. No? Yeah, the Giants just traded pick 25 and 160 for 24. I had them taking Osiris Torrance at 25. But the Giants have just traded up to leap Jacksonville. I had Jacksonville taking Brian Branch and the Giants taking Osiris Torrance here. Hey, they could be going Nolan Smith or edge here. Yeah, same Larry. I just saw that and I was like, what is going on here? Who's this guy? Let's go get paid. All right. Yeah. The Giants just traded up. So, like I said, the Giants, they traded pick 25 and pick 160 for pick 24. Whew. It's got to be. Are they going tight end here? They obviously thought Jacksonville was going to take whoever they just jumped for, because they were already in front of Dallas. Maybe it was tight end, and they were trying to stop Dallas from moving up. They need guard help so bad, though. Look at their interior right now. Joshua Izudu, Ben Bredeson at center. Right guard's Mark Lewinsky. Like, they have nothing on the interior. Nothing. I don't think they're moving up for safety because they got Bobby McCain and Xavier McKinney. They got Darren Waller at tight end. So they're not moving up for tight end. I think they got to be moving up for guard here or something on the offensive line, no? Is it Deontay Banks? They moved up for a corner? Makes sense because they got Adoree Jackson with Cordell Flott. That's what I was going to have them take. Yeah, and they took Deontay Banks. Deontay Banks. There you go. Makes sense. Great player out of Maryland. I'm a fan. I know Neil's a huge fan of him too. It looks like that's who's going to be the pick at 24. So, man, that is interesting. Giants got Banks. That's crazy. He won't be there at 51. I mean, he's my QB. Like, everyone knows I got a man crush on Levis, so if they drafted him at 51, would I cry? But they got other needs and they're in win now mode. They wouldn't even take a quarterback right now, even if Will Levis was on the board at 51. That's just how it is right now. So, who's better, Mayer, Kincaid, or Washington? What are you looking for? Washington, highest ceiling. Mayer, most complete, highest floor. Kincaid really only offers you... He's a big slot boundary guy. You're not going to put him in line. It depends on what you're looking for. Literally 3 different guys. But... if you're going for safest pick right now, Mayer. Washington, highest floor, Kincaid. Kincaid's Gesicki 2.0. If there's anyone that's Kincaid, that's Gesicki, it's Kincaid. 687 of you in the room. Still at 11 o'clock. Love it. Smash that like button. The Bills have traded up to number 25 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Oh, no. What are they planning? Oh, no. What are they planning? Oh, no. Moving up to 25. What are they moving up for? It's not tight end. It's going to be Mazzie Smith, I think. Or maybe Drew Sanders. Maybe they're taking Will Levis, guys. Maybe they're taking Will Levis. Oh my God. So the Bills, they get the 25th pick, and they give up the 27th and a 4th rounder, 130 overall. Why would you jump the Cowboys? What are they jumping them for? The Cowboys feel like they're just sitting there waiting to take a tight end. Schmitz? Y'all think they're jumping for a center? So the Buffalo Bills have Mitch Morse at center. And Dallas, they have Tyler Biotish. So does Dallas even need a center right now? Would they be jumping Dallas for a center when they have Biotish? So it's 24 for 25, 160, and 240. That's what the Giants did to get on the clock. And then now the Bills have traded a 4th round. They traded pick 27 and 130 to move up 2 spots. Very, very interesting. What a draft so far, huh, guys? What a draft. 713 of you in the room. Smash that like button. Subscribe if you are new. They took Dalton Kincaid. They took Dalton Kincaid. Good luck to them. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. I mean, knock yourselves out. Let's go. I wanted nothing to do with that guy, so that works out for me. Let's go. Let's go. So, Dalton Kincaid is going to go to the Buffalo Bills at number 25. Dalton Kincaid is not Travis Kelce 2.0. Travis Kelce can block. Dalton Kincaid, you want nowhere near the in-line. Are you crazy? That is not even close. Sam Laporta is closer to Travis Kelce than he is. And as good of a route runner he is, Kincaid's not a great separator. You better be trolling, Topher. I'm coming for that ads right now. Take him. Let him get him out of my face. Love it. Love it. Where you at, Topher? Oh, he's actually serious. You're crazy. Do not see that with Dalton Kincaid. The guy offers you nothing from a blocking standpoint. Nothing. Comparing him to Kelsey is blasphemous. The guy wants nothing to do with the physical aspect of the game. Now, as a receiver, sure. Dallas wasn't going to take Dalton Kincaid. Like, they were going to take Michael Mayer. What is happening here? They actually... You could have probably stayed at 27 and gotten Dalton Kincaid. That's hilarious. He's just not a good separator, though. Watch all these highlights. Look, all these highlights. He's not a good separator at all. His game against USC this year, which is where all these highlights are coming from, was ridiculous. But that was like, go look outside that USC game this year. He didn't blow you away. Like, I wasn't blown away. I think a lot of people are hanging their hat on that USC game. I think you got to re-roll that, Topher, because there's a lot of bad English right there. Yeah, he's a slot. Like, they even talked about him. He's a slot. He's a big slot. He's a big slot in a boundary. You're not putting that guy in line. Can't separate, can't block. That's a hard pass for me. Take him, knock yourself out. All right, well, let's go. Let's go. I mean, hey, we're winning here, baby. They're falling to us. Okay, Kevin says hey, he's there. Washington to Miami. Let's go. The one I said is just like Mike Gesicki is Dalton Kincaid, the one that they just drafted. That's who is just like him. TC on 6. The only reason he was 4th on my list is because of how good of a freaking receiver he is. He's a great receiver. He's got some of the best hands in this class. Bro, Washington to Miami? Yeah. Number 1. It's looking, he's slipping to the second, that's for sure. But yeah, he's just such a good receiver. That's why he's 4 on my list. He's a big slot boundary. You got to realize what he is. Not a good fit for what we just had and what we got rid of. He doesn't fit. He doesn't fit. The Cowboys, they're on the clock, and there seems to be a conversation. Are they looking to trade back? Are the Dallas Cowboys looking to trade back? And again, just like Gesicki, Dalton Kincaid ain't gonna win a lot at the catch point. That's the other issue too. Can't win at the catch point. Not a physical player. Not a good blocker. And look at if people look at it, they're thinking of him as a replacement for Cole Beasley in the slot, not an inline guy. That's what's crazy about it. Whew, crazy. What a crazy draft this has been so far. Unbelievable. Wow. You will be, Topher, don't worry. Remember, wasn't it you that was wrong who said you were going to beat me in the fantasy playoffs? Don't worry, you'll be wrong again. I love you, Topher. My guy. Topher's my guy. All right. Nolan Smith looks like he's going to be the pick here to Dallas. So there you go. Oh no, the Cowboys are taking Mazi Smith. Wow, Mazi Smith. Mazi Smith is off the board. He goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Right when we thought they would go Michael Mayer, they go Mazi Smith. Wow. Mazi Smith, what a great pick. Woo. Wow. It would have been Mazi Smith or Michael Mayer at 21 for me. All day. All day. Wow. Huge. Wow. Remember Aaron Rodgers dropped. Mazi Smith. I mean, everyone knows I love this guy. He is a wrecker. He's a disruptor. Oh, man. Oh. I love Mazi Smith. He develops the pass rush aspect of his game more. That's a great pick. That is a great pick. Great pick. A huge fan of Mazi Smith. Dov Kleiman reported that it was going to be Nolan Smith. And he got it wrong. All right, we got some. Push my chips to Philly for mayor. Screw it. Hey, that. Are you wrong? Are you wrong right now? Aldo says, what O linemen have been taken up to this point? Okay, well, this is a perfect time. I'll do it for you. We'll go over all the picks that have happened thus far, okay? Let's get into this, all right? Let's go over all the picks for you guys that have happened thus far. All right, let me bring it up for y'all. We'll start all the way up at number 1 for you guys here. All right, now clearly we all know who the number 1 pick is and was, should I say, right? Bryce Young to the Carolina Panthers was the first pick in the draft. CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, then Anthony Richardson went in that order. Then Devin Witherspoon. Now, for your question, lineman. The first lineman went off the board at number 6, Paris Johnson. After that, Tyree Wilson went. Then Bijan Robinson at 8, Jalen Carter. Darnell Wright, the second lineman, went off at 10. I had him going to the Bears. Peter Skoronski was the third off the board. Broderick Johnson went at 14 to the Steelers after Lucas Van Ness went, and Jahmyr Gibbs shocked the world by going at 12. Then we had Will McDonald, probably the biggest reach in this first round, go to the Jets. They panicked because Broderick wasn't there. Then you had Emmanuel Forbes and Christian Gonzalez go back-to-back. I would have flipped those. Jack Campbell to Detroit after that. Kalijah Cansey, who I would have taken Mazzy over him. Then the first receiver off the board at 20. So you can see there has not been an offensive lineman off the board since pick 14. And as of now, only 4 tackles have gone. So DeJuan Jones is still there. Matthew Bergeron is still there. Osiris Torrance is still there. The whole center class is still there. So the board is falling. The board is falling. John, Michael Mayer is a great blocker too. The only thing Michael Mayer doesn't offer you is home run speed after the catch. But he does everything else so well. He still does offer you yak too. Michael Mayer does everything, my friend. Don't sleep on Michael Mayer. All right, the pick is in for Jacksonville at 27 here. Remember, I'll be live tomorrow night with the boys. Look at the Cleveland Browns tagged. I want y'all to see this. Look at the Cleveland Browns. You up, Broncos, Rams, Dolphins, or Niners? We probably want to make a trade right now because of how this board is falling, huh? And we got 2 big tight end threats coming up back to back. Wow, another tackle is about to go off the board to the Jaguars here. It looks like it's going to be Anton Harrison is going to go right here. Yep, Anton Harrison is going. Anton Harrison is going to go right here at 27. The 5th tackle off the board. Yep. DeJuan Jones is going to fall. Here we go. Whew. Anton Harrison. He is going to go to Jacksonville to protect. He's the number 6th tackle on my board. So he'll be going to protect Trevor Lawrence, it seems. Good player, man. Good player. He's one of the best movers in this class. That's for sure. Here's the pick. Okay, so Anton Harrison, he's one of the best movers in this class. Fluid hips, quick feet. You know, really good at mirroring defenders. Really strong in pass pro. Arc speed rushers out wide and has the core strength to absorb contact from power rushers. Never stop kind of motor. Always keeps those legs churning when he sinks his hips and drops his anchors. It's strong in his ability to recover and reset easily as well. Works really well in space, climbing to the second level, passing off blocks, strong on reach blocks, backside blocks, and pulling. I think the area he needs to clean up is hand placement, as he's inconsistent with them big time. He is very, very inconsistent with his hand placement. Gonna need to clean that up. Massively. Massively gonna have to clean that up. Over 740 of you in the room. Smash the like button. Subscribe if you are new. Appreciate all y'all for coming through. Don't forget, tomorrow night we're going to be live with Richmond Webb, Kevin Dern of Dolphins Talk Weekly, big defensive draft buff, former FAMU quarterback Martin Ukbai. We're gonna have everyone up here, man. It's gonna be a good show. Neil Driscoll will be stopping in. Draft expert Neil Driscoll will be coming in, my boy. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. Make sure you are here tomorrow. We'll be live around 7:30, 7:45. All right? Just so you guys know. All right, the pick is in for Cincinnati. They are a threat to take a man, we could lose out on a tight end right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big threat for us to lose out on a tight end right here. Guys, I appreciate you, man. We're killing the draft coverage right now. We got the most viewers in the community right now. So I appreciate all y'all for coming through. Some people can't even, fake Dolphin fans, Cowboy fans can't even break 100 watching them tonight. So I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Hope you appreciate it. It's going to be even better tomorrow night. So 744 of you in the room. Let's do this, baby. Please. Don't take tight end. Please. Let's go. Tell EM to smash that like button, says Fake Spike 94. Okay, here we go. Bengals selection. I haven't looked. Miles Murphy, Edge Clemson. That makes so much sense. I love it. Oh, boy. All the tight ends are dropping right now. Whoo, baby. We made it by them. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Whoo. Whoo. Boys and girls, we're making it here. I might have to advocate for trading up to get one of these tight ends. Holy. Whew. Look at that. Kyle Van Noy just tweeted out. Look at what Kyle Van Noy just tweeted out, everyone. Miami not even tripping because they got Ramsey and Tyreek's fast-ass chilling. I love it. He knows what the deal is. He knows what the deal is, man. Oh my God. Shout out to the homie Topher, $10 donation. Said, great coverage. Can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be even better, man. Martin up here, Kevin up here, Richmond up here. Especially when we go O-line. We're going to have Richmond up here. Matthew Bergeron sticking around. You know, Neil popping in. You know Neil's going to be popping in because he's busy tonight. Neil's got over like 25 people there. Night one's a big thing in his house. Used to be in my house too, but you guys are more important to me. So, and I want to share it with all y'all. So it's going to be a good one tomorrow. Listen, we're not just going live for clicks. I've broken down every prospect that's been drafted. I'll do the same for you guys tomorrow night. Plus, we'll have others giving their opinions on them who I know they've all watched film on these kids. So, yeah, man, we don't go live during the draft for clicks. We go live to enjoy the draft with you guys, to enjoy the process, and to keep educating through the process because this channel, go look at how draft-centric we've been over the last couple weeks. While people are talking about quarterbacks and quarterback tiers and all this kind of jazz, other than Dalvin Cook, we've been talking draft heavy on this channel and just trying to prepare all you guys and make you guys the most informed and educated. So when those names come off the board, you guys know, hey, if you're sitting there with your friends, you can give them a quick little scouting report. You know the quality of players coming off the board, right? A lot of us sitting here knew Will McDonald was a reach, right? So I appreciate all of you in the comments because over 755 of you, and I know a lot of you are very educated and smart football fans, so I love all y'all for continuing to support this channel. Yes, Levis is dropping like a fly. It is true. Unless we see someone trade up. The Levis drop is shocking me. No, I said Nolan Smith would drop. I got that right. Jan, question reason with how the first round has gone down so far, how do you see our chance of getting a contributor? Good. It's good. Let me put it that way. It's good. I cannot wait to sit there and see what we have going in. Because, I mean, like, listen, I can rifle you off some names right now that look like they're going to be within striking distance. I mean, we only got 3 picks left in this class right now, right? And, you know, there are some still a good available players left. Like, okay, listen, if you wanted to go center, look at all the centers that are left. Center hasn't even been touched yet, right? Nolan Smith is still on the board. Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. Brian Branch, you want a guy who can play the nickel in the box? Someone other than Deshaun Elliott, a backup plan? Brian Branch is still sticking around. Keely Ringo, you want to get a backup plan for what's going on? Keely Ringo is slipping to the second. Like, you know, it's been rumored for quite some time. Brian Breesy, a guy who offers you a lot across that front, he's slipping. We still got tackles. You know, Jalen Duncan, Matthew Bergeron, DeJuan Jones is still there. You know what I mean? There's talent dropping here. Keanu Benton is still there. Siaki Ika, if you want to address defensive tackle, are still there. You know? Running backs, we got Devin A-Chain still there. Sean Tucker's still there. Israel Abakanda's still there. I mean, you name the running back other than 2, and they're still there. Right? Linebackers, we still got Drew Sanders on the board. Trenton Simpson's on the board. Right? Then, hey, let's shift it. Let's go now to tight ends. Michael Mayer still on the board. Knock on wood, because New Orleans is picking. Michael Mayer still on the board. Darnell Washington still on the board. Tucker Kraft still on the board. There's a lot of talent available right now, and this is just me riling off the top of my head, not sitting down and, you know. So the pick is in. Let's find out what it is. The pick is in. Let me see. I'm trying to find out for you guys who it is. Brian Breesy is off the board. Defensive tackle. We've escaped. Brian Breesy, baby. Brian Breesy. I was happy to see Gibbs so high because people kept telling me he's going to be available at 51. I said, there's no way he's getting out of the second round. Brian Breesy is a damn good player. Now, he hasn't played a lot over the past few years because of injuries and such. But, man, Brian Breesy, defensive tackle, Clemson, goes to New Orleans. I'm really high on Brian Breesy. If you remember my defensive tackle big board, big time upside with this kid. You know, I mean, we're talking about my number 2 guy here, 6'5", 300 pounds, shredded human being. Not like, doesn't look like there's an ounce of body fat on him. Might be one of the most explosive players in this defensive line class, whether you want to talk edge, tackle, whatever. I'll let Roger make the pick. Okay, yo. Great burst in short areas, coming out of his stance off the snap with his first step. Because of this, he can distribute and push back a pocket sometimes instantly by catching, you know, slow linemen that, you know, they don't have that quick reaction speed. It catches them off guard, and he's got more pop than a can of soda in his hands. Has an advanced pass rush skill set. Has the power to bull rush, club chop, the athleticism to be successful with spin moves in the leg, to possess an effective swing move, while also has a good pass rush plan in place for a counter if the initial move doesn't work. Good flexibility to bend to his frame. Gives every ounce of blood on every snap. Not only does he have super active and violent hands, but his technique is pristine. And now his one downside is he can play over aggressive. You know, and that can cause missed tackles here and there. But I would also say he needs to stay more consistently low, because he can play too high and stand tall, right? So you seeing some of these highlights right now, you saw, you know, during my defensive tackle big board. So big fan of this pick right here. Wow. And this late. Good pick. Good pick by New Orleans. It helps us. Come on, man. I need Michael Mayer or Darnell Washington on day 2, it's looking like. This board is falling our way, ladies and gentlemen. Holy Jesus. Phew. It's falling our way, man. I mean, Michael Mayer, Sam Laporta, Tucker Kraft, Darnell Washington are still on the board. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. This is falling. I like how this is falling. I just like how this board is falling, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a fan of how this board is falling for us right now. Holy jeez. Oh my God. It's good stuff. Oh, all right. Eagles are up right now. Now, who did I have them taking? I had them taking Mazzy here. He's gone. And then, you know, they already got Jalen Carter. Do they take a running back here? I don't know. The Eagles have a pretty complete roster. If I'm looking at, you know, what they need right now, man, you know, that line is pretty much done. So they don't need much on the offensive line. They could use a slot receiver. They could use a running back, that's for sure. They could use linebacker help, specifically at the will. So a guy like Diane Henley maybe makes sense here. Yeah. They could. I don't see them taking Brian Branch here. Now they could use a free safety, a single high guy, but Branch reminds me more of a box, you know, slot guy, nickel guy. They could use a nickel because they got Avonte Maddox. So there are options on the board here for them. All right, let's go. They have not made their pick. 351 left on their pick. If they take A-Chain, oh man, I'm going to be so mad. Nolan Smith is still on the board. I had Nolan Smith going, what, 1 pick before this, I think? That makes sense that they go defense. Yeah, I had Nolan Smith going at 29. He makes sense. If they want to go defense. We'll see. Let me look. Let me see if I can find out who they took. Let's just... Let's see. Howie Roseman's on the phone. They've made their pick, clearly. There you go. The Eagles are selecting Georgia edge Nolan Smith at number 30. Wow. Wow. My Lord. My Lord, ladies and gentlemen. Holy. The Texans and the Eagles, to me, had the best first round. My Lord. Jesus. Very impressive stuff. Very impressive. Well, and I'm telling you, the Texans and Eagles put on a masterclass draft on night 1. Wow. That is unbelievable. The Eagles are prepared to make another run. Holy. You got to be impressed with the Eagles, man. The Eagles and Texans put on a masterclass tonight. Unbelievable. Unreal stuff. What a masterclass. What a complete masterclass. Wow. Let's go. Man. Whew. All right, Nolan Smith. So who goes? The Kansas City Chiefs are the final team on the board here. So here comes the pick selection of Nolan Smith. What a steal. I told y'all he would drop. I called it at the beginning of the stream that Nolan Smith would drop all the way here. Man. Didn't think Will would drop, but here we are. Imagine if Kansas City Chiefs trade back. Wow. Jalen Carter at 9 and Nolan Smith at 30. That is unbelievable. I think we're taking a tight end tomorrow. I think it's going to be Michael Mayer, Tucker Kraft, or Sam Laporta tomorrow night. Or Darnell Washington. That's what I think it's going to be tomorrow night. I think it's going to be one of those tight ends. And don't discount Tucker Kraft. I think there's a very strong... I've heard they've loved... told y'all that I've been hearing they love Tucker Kraft. So... here we go. Last pick of the draft here. I mean, we're flipping a coin. They're just dragging this out. Y'all had to make this a 4-hour event? Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those tight ends. Unless there's a run before we start. I think it's going to be Laporta, Kraft, Mayer, or Washington. Bergeron is definitely if all those guys are gone, I would put Bergeron right there. All right, Kansas City. They are up. They are up. So let's see what this goes here. Yeah, Nolan Smith is a stud. What a pick, man. They have just them and the Texans easily won this round, round one. They put on a freaking masterclass. Listen, the best singular move might have been Belichick getting all the way back and getting Christian Gonzalez and moving back. That might have been the smartest trade downs. But when you talk about a masterclass of this draft, you got to talk about the Eagles. You got to talk about the Houston Texans. I mean, just very, very impressive stuff here, man. Nolan Smith, to me, I put out my edge rusher big board right before the draft here a little bit. And so if you had seen it, if you were a Patreon or a channel member, for me, Nolan Smith is the fourth best edge in this class. And they got him here. You're talking about a great, great athlete. Runs a 4.39 40, a 1.47 10 yards. 10 yard, a 2.51 20 yard. You got a 41.5 inch vertical, a 10-foot 8-inch broad jump. The guy is just a beast. 81-inch wingspan, 6'2", about 240. I mean, I love this kid. Great twitch to his body. Great, bend and flexibility to that frame. Got that good closing pursuit speed as well as short area quickness and burst to his game. It's just, listen, he can get around that edge or he can get through those creases and slip through those gaps. He is a legit player, and another guy who has one of those built tough Ford motors to him. You know what I mean? It just doesn't give up, and it's on high octane. And because of that 4.39 speed, when he gets into the flats, or when he's tracking a ball carrier from one side to the other, he's got good range to his game and good side to side speed. So I'm a fan of Nolan Smith. I think that's a great pick at 30. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable stuff, man. Great pick there by the Philadelphia Eagles. They are knocking it out of the park. Yes, John, Fangio would love Keanu Benton on this defense, 110%. All right, so now we are waiting to see what the final pick is going to be here. It's not going to be my guy. It ain't going to be my guy. Man. Doesn't look like anyone's trading up. They probably want to make the pick just for having everyone stick around. Pick isn't even in yet. They are working the phones, though, it looks like. It looks like they are working the phones. On the what they showed there. Man, unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. Such a good draft. Let's go. It's lining up for us. It's lining up for us, man. Let's go, baby. I want to thank all of y'all again for sticking with me for this draft, man, so far. Remember, tomorrow night, Richmond Webb will be here. Kevin Dern from Dolphins Weekly will be here. Neil Driscoll will be here. Martin, former FAMU quarterback, will be here. We got a lot going on. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Man, we got options, man. We got legitimate options here. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous when you look at what we got here. Like, damn. Man, they got a collection of good talent on the board right now. Love it. Love it. Ooh, man, tomorrow's going to be very interesting to see how this all falls. Very, very interesting. Love it. Shout out to Denisha. Amazing content per usual. Can't wait for the next round. Either can I. We got 2 rounds tomorrow night. And there's still 762 of you in the room. Smash that like button. We're waiting on this last pick. The pick is in. The Chiefs. Wow. They are taking defensive end. So I had defensive end right. I had them taking Van Ness here. But they're going to, man, I think they're reaching with Herberg still out there. Hall still out there. Keon White still out there. Foskey still out there. Ojolari out there. Andre Carter. Yeah. Man. They're taking Felix Usama, edge out of Kansas State here as the last pick. That's what it looks like it's going to be here. So kind of a reach, man. Kind of a reach here. Love it, man. We got a lot of options. A lot of options going into tomorrow. And Will Levis will not be a first-round pick. My quarterback 1 will drop. Wow. Phew. So here's your final pick of the draft. There you go. Wow, what a shocking final pick. I didn't think they'd go there, but they did. Well, I thought they'd go edge, but I didn't think they'd take Usama there. I got guys higher on my board, but hey, everyone's different. And Will Levis and Hendon Hooker will both have to wait till tomorrow. Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, Brian Branch, still on the board. Who? It is going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Man, and I will be live tomorrow as always. I'll be live around 7:40, 7:30, and the boys will be joining me tomorrow. And pick by pick, live coverage, analysis. You already know what time it is, man. No one does it like Phinside the NFL, baby. You already know. So I can't wait till tomorrow. I want to hear in the chat right now, who do you want at 51? I want in the chat, in the comments after, if you watch this, who are you eyeing at 51? Who is the apple of your eye heading in tomorrow at 51? I see a lot of Darnell Washington. Man, I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of guys I'd be happy with right here. Okay, I'd be happy with Washington, Mayer, Laporta, Kraft, Bergeron. I don't know if they're going to take that gamble on DeJuan Jones. I don't know if I would at 51. What if they go Keely Ringo, Joey Porter Jr.? What if he continues? I don't think Joey Porter Jr. is getting past the bloodline tie towards the Steelers. Keanu Benton, I like. He's still there. Man, Steve Avila is still there. John Michael Schmitz is still there. If you're a Joe Tippmann fan, he's still there. Like, there is a lot of talent available right now on the board. So, man, it's going to be interesting. Still got over 700 of you in the room. Smash that like button on the way out. It's going to be interesting to see how this all goes. Listen, big day tomorrow. 2 picks. We're going to be there for every single one of them, man. And I just can't wait. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for tomorrow. I'm going to wake up with a hop, skip in my step, And, man, all of y'all still here, still 700 of you. I appreciate all of y'all blessing me with this. I appreciate each and every one of you. So, I'm going to be back tomorrow. If you got any questions before I get out of there, now's the time. I will do about 3 minutes. Ask me anything right now heading into day 2 before tomorrow. If you want a question, drop it in the chat right now, and I'll answer as many as I can in the next few minutes before I'm out of here. All right? So I'll give you a second or two to let them come in there. Would I be satisfied with Kraft at 51? If Mayer is gone, if Mayer is gone and Laporta's gone, I would be satisfied with him because I would understand why they took him over Washington. I would understand that. I wouldn't cry about it. Best available and best path for the Finns. I think the best available right now. You want someone who's going to contribute tomorrow? The best available is Michael Mayer. That's what I think right now. Michael Mayer is the best available for the Dolphins right now. Him or Sam Laporta are the best available, I think. What position do I want at 51? I'm fine with offensive line or tight end. What about A-Chain? I would watch how this is, considering only 2 went, and we still got Abaconda and Charbonnet and everyone on the board. I would, listen, if you can get a Bergeron or an Avila or a Laporta or a Mayer or a Kraft at 51, one of those 5 guys, and then, or Washington, one of those 6 guys, and then pair them with A-Chain at 84, I love it. Love it. Do I think we take a running back tomorrow? Depends on the board at 84. I don't think we're taking one at 51. Who would I trade up for? If the run on tight ends starts, I would trade up to make sure I get one of those guys. Drew Sanders, love him. I think he'd be a perfect chess piece for Fangio. Can rush off the edge, offers you a lot at the line of scrimmage. Plus, he could play the middle of the field as a linebacker. I think that would be a very strong pick. I would not cry at all. He's my linebacker too. I love him. Thoughts on Musgrave? Don't want to touch him. Listen, I did a Patreon only video yesterday. I've been told of a lot of private red flags about Musgrave. Okay, the guy likes to party. All right, the guy enjoys a good party. Not a fan, especially if you're going to come to Miami. Don't want that lifestyle in Miami. The tape's okay. On top of that, shies away from contact. Kind of a PUSSY when it comes to playing, right? So, yeah. KC pick was the 15th on my edge list. That's my 15th edge. That's a bit of a reach. Osiris Torrance on floor. I wouldn't cry about that ad. Though, you know, the problem you would have with getting a guy like Osiris Torrance is, okay, yeah, you got a guard. That's absolutely fantastic. And remember, I'm a Gators fan, so I've watched this kid a little bit. I would take Avila over him just because of the versatility of the inside-outside. Hell, I'd take Bergeron over him because he can play guard or tackle. But, you know, let's stick, I guess, you know, just for sake, let's stick to Osiris Torrance. And I'll tell you what my biggest issue with Osiris Torrance is heading into it. And this is what I think Dolphin fans and why a lot of Dolphin fans haven't really mocked him to us, right? So with Osiris Torrance, listen, good player, you know, a lot of good pros to the guy. Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it. The problem is he's not a left guard. He's a right guard. We have Robert Hunt. So what are you going to do? Kick out Robert Hunt to tackle? I don't like that idea. So I'd rather put Bergeron on a left guard. You know what I mean? So, not, you know, like the player, don't like the fit. Anyways, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Appreciate all y'all. I will see you tomorrow, 7:40 p.m. Eastern. Me, Richmond Webb, all of those guys. You already know what time it is. All right, you know what? I'll take a couple more questions just because. What about Tyjae Spears, Apanaconda, Charbonnet? Love all three. Love all three. Would you be happy if we draft the best available guard or center at 51 and have Austin Jackson start at right tackle? It depends on who that is. If it's Avila, then, you know, I'm not going to complain. I would still go get someone for right tackle depth. I'd still go get a Cam Fleming or a Brandon Shell. What was the biggest surprise for me tonight? Will McDonald. What a reach. What would I grade a potential Matthew Bergeron pick at 51? I'd have to see the board, right? Like if my top tight ends are gone, you know, that's freaking A+. And Avila's gone. You know, as it sits right now with everyone on the board, I would say it's a B right now as it stands. I think people are sleeping on him a little bit. I got a PayPal donation that I want to read off here too as well. Shout out to the PayPal donation. I got a couple of them actually. So shout out to Jacqueline for the $13 donation. Appreciate you, Jacqueline. Thank you very much for donating to the channel. Amazing. Scotty Joe with the $3.91 donation. Thank you very much, sir, for the donation through PayPal. I appreciate you, Scotty Joe. Thank you very much, sir. If the tight end and Avila are open, which you take, I take the tight end over Avila. That's just where I'm at. That's just where I'm at. I take the tight end over Avila. Would I trade up to get Michael Mayer? Yes. Yes, I would actually trade up. I would. So, Cook to Miami reason? I think it's going to happen, yeah. Especially if we don't draft a running back tomorrow. Could we trade up? And yeah, but we'd have to give up picks from next year. And remember, we had our third-round pick taken away from us. So, do you want to... Is there a tight end that could start day one? Yes. Laporta and Michael Mayer and I think Tucker Kraft are day one starters. I think Washington gets on the field day one just because of his blocking prowess. Thank you, Jackie. I appreciate you. It depends. If I can trade back to like 55, you know, stay in that range still, but accumulate a fourth, yes, 110%, I would trade back. That is good thinking right there. That is some good thinking right there. I like the way you think. All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Again, me, Richard Webb, Kevin Dern. All right. Neil Driscoll's going to be popping in. Former FAMU QB Martin's going to be here. It's going to be a great, great show. You're not going to want to miss it. Remember, quantity over quality, baby. And I'll be diving into each pick as we make him. And I'll be going even more in depth when we do it. And if I got the player's stuff chopped up, I'll throw highlights of the player up after we make the pick so you guys can see some of our highlights on the channel, all right? Listen, I appreciate each and every one of you coming through. All of you who donated, I love each and every one of you. Smash the like button on the way out. We had over 800 people tonight. We were number one in the community in terms of, man, when we had over 750 people in here, everyone else had about like 450 people. One person had less than 100. So I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Thank you so much, and I will see all of y'all tomorrow night. Fins up all day, every day, baby.